welcome back. Please comment down below what time it is, wherever you are right now. In late 2000, Mike Williams vanished during what should have been a simple duck hunting trip. His boat turned up, his gear was found. But Mike? Gone without a trace. What seemed like a tragic accident soon unraveled into a chilling mystery, filled with deception, betrayal, and murder. Was it nature's doing, or a calculated crime hiding in plain sight? Before we start, please comment down below where you are watching from, and what time is there right now. I will keep the screen dark so there is no light coming if you are trying to sleep. Let's get to it. Mike Williams seemed to have everything anyone could want. At just 31 years old, he had built a stable and successful life in Tallahassee, Florida. He was a rising star in real estate appraisal, working his way up the ladder through hard work and precision. His colleagues respected him, and his reputation for being both kind and driven made him someone people gravitated toward. In his personal life, Mike was equally accomplished. He had married his high school sweetheart, Denise, and together they appeared to have a happy and loving partnership. The two had a 6-month-old daughter at home, and Mike was known as a devoted father who doted on his little girl. Family and friends described him as reliable, hard-working, and deeply committed to the people he cared about. Life seemed to be progressing exactly the way Mike had planned it. One of Mike's passions, outside of his work and family, was duck hunting. It was a hobby he had cherished since his teenage years, a pursuit that allowed him some peace and escape from the demands of daily life. Over the years, he became an experienced outdoorsman, skilled at navigating the wetlands and waterways around North Florida. Hunting trips on crisp early mornings were a trusted ritual, not to mention something he loved doing alone. For Mike, these excursions weren't just a hobby, they were a time to unwind, reflect, and immerse himself in the calming rhythm of nature. December 16, 2000, was supposed to be one of those mornings. As usual, Mike had planned a solo outing to Lake Seminole, an area he knew well. The reservoir, straddling the Florida-Georgia border, was a popular spot for hunters. Its sprawling, swamp-like terrain made it rich in wildlife, but also challenging to navigate for anyone unfamiliar with its vastness. It wasn't Mike's first trip to the lake, and it likely wouldn't have been his last. Denise later told investigators that Mike had planned to be home by noon so they could celebrate their 6th wedding anniversary. That Saturday would mark more than half a decade of marriage, a milestone worth celebrating. But Mike never came home. By the time Denise realized something was wrong, it was already late afternoon. Frantic, she called her father, who then contacted a close family friend, Brian Winchester. Together, they began searching for Mike, eventually involving law enforcement once initial efforts proved unsuccessful. The first clue surfaced when his Ford Bronco was found parked near the lake, an ordinary sight for someone preparing to head out on the water. However, what became increasingly strange was that there wasn't any sign of Mike himself. The search expanded rapidly. Investigators deployed divers, boats, and specialized search equipment to comb Lake Seminole in hopes of locating either Mike or signs of what may have happened to him. Hours turned into days, and still, the search came up empty. On December 20, after nearly a week of intensive efforts, officials recovered Mike's hunting boat bobbing on the water. It appeared undamaged. Inside, they found a handful of his personal belongings, a shotgun, some decoys, and his beloved waders, the heavy, waterproof overalls duck hunters often wear. At first glance, the scene suggested a tragic but potentially simple explanation. The prevailing theory was that Mike had fallen overboard, weighed down by his gear, and drowned. Duck hunting is not without its risks, and Lake Seminole is known for its strong vegetation and difficult to navigate conditions. Accidents happen, even to skilled hunters. In December, when water temperatures are low, hypothermia can quickly set in for anyone submerged for too long. For authorities, the idea of an accidental drowning made sense. Extensive debris and dense grasses could have concealed his body, making recovery more difficult. Moreover, the lake was home to several large alligators, another factor officials thought could explain why no trace of Mike had yet been found. However, doubts began to creep in as the days stretched into weeks without answers. Even in lakes as expansive as Seminole, human remains are almost always recovered during a search of this magnitude. Specialists in water rescues noted that bodies in freshwater environments tend to float to the surface within days due to natural buoyancy. Yet there was nothing, no new signs of Mike, no physical evidence to suggest what had actually happened. Lending to the growing unease was the level of effort being poured into the search. By all accounts, the response to Mike's disappearance was exhaustive. Teams of trained divers methodically searched underwater areas known to trap debris or obstruct visibility. Helicopters and boats with sonar technology scanned wide stretches of the lake from above and below. Volunteer rescue squads covered shorelines, combing through marshes and overgrowth inch by inch. Friends and family members of Mike watched helplessly from the sidelines, frustrated as each day passed without progress. People who had lived in the area for decades commented on how rare it was for a body to not be recovered under such circumstances. "That lake gives up its dead," one searcher reportedly said at the time. This lack of resolution struck an unusual chord with Cheryl Williams, Mike's mother. Cheryl never accepted the idea that her son's death was simply a hunting accident gone awry. To her, the Mike she knew, a careful, responsible man, wouldn't have made a mistake that cost him his life. He was meticulous by nature, someone who valued planning and preparation. He always wore his life jacket when he hunted, and he knew the waters of Lake Seminole well enough to avoid common hazards. To Cheryl, the narrative that Mike had drowned and been consumed by alligators felt more like a convenient explanation than the actual truth. Other elements of the case also didn't sit right. Mike was known to be a strong swimmer, someone who could handle himself in the water even under difficult conditions. His waders, though cumbersome, weren't torn or damaged when found, something one would expect if they had been dislodged while he struggled in the lake. More importantly, why hadn't his body surfaced? Forensic experts had pointed out during the investigation that alligator activity in December was typically minimal. The reptiles are cold-blooded, which means they tend to slow down in cooler weather, entering periods of low activity that make it unlikely they would aggressively feed or attack. So questions began piling up, and answers remained elusive. While many in the community leaned toward believing Mike's death was simply an unfortunate accident, doubts continued to simmer just beneath the surface. The combination of incomplete evidence, unusual circumstances, and Cheryl's growing insistence that something wasn't right left law enforcement with a mystery they couldn't fully resolve. The case remained stagnant, filled with speculation, but largely without any definitive proof to suggest foul play or exonerate it. By the time 2001 rolled around, both the official investigation and the volunteer search efforts began to wind down. With Mike still missing, authorities had little choice but to treat his disappearance as an accidental drowning. There was no body to rule otherwise, and without a witness or a confession, their hands were tied. Denise, left grieving the loss of her husband, made moves to settle his affairs and work toward a semblance of normalcy for their child. Friends and loved ones expressed sympathy, doing what they could to support her during what appeared to be a tragic chapter in her life. But in the quiet weeks and months that followed, more whispers of doubt circulated. Could there have been something sinister lurking behind the narrative of an accident? Cheryl Williams certainly thought so, and her quest to uncover the truth was just beginning. The question remained, how could a man like Mike Williams, in the prime of his life, vanish completely without leaving a shred of hard evidence behind? At this point, it seemed the story of Mike's life ended on Lake Seminole. Yet, someone, somewhere, likely knew exactly what had happened that day. The theory that alligators might have consumed Mike Williams's body emerged early in the investigation, becoming one of the primary explanations for why no remains were recovered from Lake Seminole. For investigators, it seemed like a plausible scenario at first. Lake Seminole is a sprawling reservoir on the Florida-Georgia border, known for its murky water, dense vegetation, and abundant wildlife, including its population of alligators. When Mike's truck and boat were found but his body was not, the idea that the lake's predators had played a role fit well with the initial narrative of an accidental drowning. It was a neat explanation, wrapping a complex situation into something easily understood. A man fell into the water, drowned, and then disappeared into the ecosystem. Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, FFWCC, officials focused their early efforts on recovering what they could from the lake. But after weeks of intense searching, hope began to fade, and speculation about the role of alligators became louder. A private search firm even floated the suggestion that alligators could have dismembered and stored portions of Mike's body underwater, a macabre survival behavior sometimes observed in alligator feeding patterns. Without tangible answers, this theory gained traction among law enforcement and the public alike. It seemed to explain why the lake had given up none of Mike's remains, no clothing fragments, no hard tissue, no signs he had ever been there, aside from his abandoned boat. At first, this explanation felt comforting to some. Alligators, after all, were an ever-present danger in Florida's waterways, and the water around Lake Seminole was no exception. Many residents in the area, accustomed to the creature's presence, found the theory reasonable. But as experts began to weigh in, cracks in the idea quickly emerged. Cold weather ended up being one of the most glaring inconsistencies. Herpetologist Matt Oresco, who had studied alligator behavior extensively, pointed out that alligators are cold-blooded animals, meaning their activity slows significantly in colder temperatures. During the winter months, particularly when water temperatures drop below 55 degrees F, alligators reduce their movements and cease hunting. At the time of Mike's disappearance, daytime temperatures hovered around 55 degrees Celsius, with overnight lows dropping into the freezing range. The lake's waters were recorded at around 46 degrees F, well within the range that makes alligators sluggish, dormant, and uninterested in feeding. Oresco's conclusions challenged the core of the alligator theory directly. For alligators to have swarmed and entirely consumed a human body in these conditions would have been extraordinarily rare, virtually unheard of, in fact. Feeding under these circumstances would go against their typical winter habits, when survival depends more on conserving energy than on the active pursuit of food. To put it simply, it was hard to envision the slow-moving reptiles aggressively devouring Mike Williams in the cold December waters of Lake Seminole. The condition of the items recovered from the lake also added to the growing skepticism. Approximately 6 months after his disappearance, searchers found Mike's waders, a hunting jacket, and a flashlight. For a case that many assumed involved alligators, these items told a conflicting story. A forensic examination of the waders revealed no tears, punctures, or bite marks, evidence that would almost certainly be present if large predators had attacked someone wearing them. What's more, the flashlight was still functional when turned on, and both the jacket and waders showed fewer signs of decomposition than expected for objects submerged for half a year. These findings cast doubt on whether Mike's body, or any part of it, had been exposed to the natural forces thought to have caused his disappearance. Compounding the doubts was a small but significant detail about Mike's habits on the water. A close friend who frequently hunted with Mike told investigators that Mike took safety seriously, to the point where he followed a meticulous routine every time he set out. For instance, he would never wear his waders while driving his boat. Experienced duck hunters like Mike knew that wearing waders in a moving boat could be dangerous. If someone were to fall overboard, the waterlogged material could drag them down or restrict their movement. Mike, being cautious by nature, avoided that risk. So why then would his waders have turned up in the investigation? If Mike wasn't prone to unnecessary risks, why would he have changed his routine on that particular day? These small but significant details painted a picture that didn't align with the alligator theory or even the accidental drowning explanation more broadly. One by one, the assumptions that had built up around Mike's disappearance started to fall apart. The cold water, the condition of recovered items, and Mike's well-known habits all suggested that something else entirely might have happened. For Cheryl Williams, Mike's mother, these inconsistencies validated her doubts. She had never believed that alligators had consumed her son or that he had drowned at all. To her, the unwillingness to challenge this theory signaled something more concerning, an effort to close the case too quickly without asking the right questions. If alligators weren't involved, then what had kept a body from being recovered? Why hadn't Mike's remains surfaced when, in most freshwater cases, natural buoyancy brings victims back to the surface within a matter of days? Why did his equipment seem so undisturbed, as though it had been placed, not lost? If Lake Seminole wasn't hiding the answers, might the truth lie somewhere else entirely? By mid-2001, the narrative was shifting. The alligator theory had been weakened to the point where it no longer carried much weight in the investigation. Among experts and skeptics alike, a new question emerged. Had someone used the lake itself as a cover? At first glance, Mike Williams' disappearance might have looked like an accident. But now, it seemed less and less like a tragic mistake and more like a deliberate act. Authorities began to wrestle with possibilities they hadn't initially considered. Could the lake have been staged as part of a larger plan? And if so, who would have had the motive and the opportunity to make Mike Williams vanish? The details surrounding Mike Williams' disappearance just didn't add up. A boat with its engine turned off, a full gas tank, and unscathed hunting gear shouldn't have been part of a drowning narrative knot if the accident unfolded the way investigators initially theorized. But these were exactly the conditions of Mike's belongings when they were found. Each piece of evidence raised new questions, piecing together an unusual and unsettling picture. Let's go back to where it all began. Mike's boat, discovered 4 days after he vanished, roughly 225 feet from the nearest boat ramp. It appeared eerily intact. The engine wasn't idling or even damage at it was completely off. According to the initial theory, Mike had supposedly fallen out after colliding with one of Lake Seminole's many partially submerged tree stumps, which are known hazards for boaters in the area. But there was one glaring problem with this explanation. A representative from the boat manufacturer later confirmed that if Mike had fallen out while the engine was on, it would have continued running, causing the boat to circle aimlessly until the fuel ran out. Instead, the gas tank was full, as though the boat hadn't been in use at all. Why was the engine off, and why did it look like the boat had been deliberately anchored in place? Even its location didn't make sense. At the time of Mike's disappearance, weather in the area included strong westerly winds caused by a storm that swept through. If the boat had been left unmoored and floating, those winds should have pushed it eastward toward the Georgia side of the lake. Instead, it remained close to the Florida boat ramp, where Mike's truck and trailer had been parked. It was as if the boat hadn't drifted much at all, challenging the idea that it had been floating freely after a random accident. Was it simply an anomaly? Or could it suggest the boat was intentionally staged to sell the appearance of an accident? Inside the boat, investigators found more puzzling clues. Mike's shotgun, carefully stored in its case, was lying undisturbed. Duck hunters take their shotguns out as soon as they're out on the water, prepared to hunt at a moment's notice, especially at prime times of day. Mike was a meticulous, experienced outdoorsman. Carrying a cased shotgun while already on the lake wasn't his routine. His hunting license and boyhood experience in these very waters meant he didn't leave things to chance, especially with gear essential to his trips. If Mike had planned to start hunting that morning, why was the shotgun still secured? The condition of Mike's belongings, found months later, added even more questions. The waders were one of the standout discoveries. Heavy and cumbersome, waders are specifically designed to protect the legs and lower body from water, and they're a staple for duck hunters. These were found undamaged and remarkably pristine, showing no signs of having been submerged and decayed in the dark, muddy depths of the lake for 6 months. In fact, they floated on the surface when finally discovered a sharp contradiction to the initial drowning theory. A forensic analysis confirmed there were no tears, punctures, or deterioration that might indicate exposure to rough waters, debris, or predators. Then there was the flashlight. Recovered with the other items, it was still functional when investigators switched it on. The light came back to life with a simple twist of the switch, totally at odds with the idea that it had spent months under layers of sediment and aquatic plant life. Batteries corrode quickly in humid, submerged conditions, but this one seemed untouched by its supposed ordeal. That single beam of working light contradicted the official claims of long-term immersion. Equally dubious was Mike's hunting jacket, which exhibited minimal signs of environmental wear or decay. Together, the condition of the recovered gear signaled something investigators couldn't ignore. These items may not have been lost during an accident at all. Were they ever submerged for months, or were they strategically placed in the lake long after Mike vanished? Mike's personal habits only deepened the mystery. Witnesses who had hunted with Mike over the years described him as extremely cautious, almost methodical in his approach to water safety. This was not a man prone to risks. One notable habit stood out. Mike refused to wear his waders while driving his boat. The added weight, combined with their restrictive fit, made falling into the water while wearing them a near-certain death sentence. Instead, Mike always waited to put them on after the boat was docked or anchored, once he was prepared to begin hunting. So why would he have been wearing them on the boat that day, as officials implied? This single detail ran counter to everything Mike's friends knew about his personality and habits. It was hard to reconcile this particular point with the accident theory. If Mike was always this careful, how could something as dangerous and preventable as falling into the water with waders have happened to him? Then there was the troubling issue of where Mike had launched his boat. His truck was discovered parked near a simple, undeveloped launch site here, far cry from the polished concrete ramps he preferred. Mike liked efficiency and ease, and he generally avoided the rougher areas, the ones that required extra effort to get his boat in and out of the water. This choice of launch stood out as uncharacteristic. Why would Mike use a less finished area he rarely turned to for his routine outings? More importantly, did Mike even launch the boat from this ramp at all, or had his truck been parked there by someone else to throw off investigators? The discovery of Mike's items and boat reopened critical questions with each passing development. Cheryl Williams, Mike's mother, grew more vocal in her disbelief of the official reasoning. Even while the file labeled Mike's case a tragic accident, she refused to accept it. To her, the inconsistencies surrounding the evidence painted a different picture, one that investigators still hadn't fully acknowledged, and as details came to light, other red flags began to rise. One of the most damning problems of the investigation was its handling in the early hours and days after Mike's disappearance. Investigators failed to secure the boat as a potential crime scene. It was soon returned to Mike's family, as though there were no need to preserve it for further examination. The same occurred with his truck. The area surrounding the boat ramp was never treated as a proper investigative site. In addition, the storm that rolled through after Mike vanished brought dozens of volunteers and curious onlookers to the scene. As efforts to find Mike intensified, the crowds inadvertently compromised any chance of collecting reliable forensic evidence from the area. These accumulated details began to gnaw at anyone paying close attention to the case. Mike's pristine waders, the floating boat with a full gas tank and an engine switched off it was all too strange to accept without more critical analysis. The unsecured scene made it difficult to know whether the original clues even reflected the truth of what had happened that day. It no longer felt like the lake was the only thing keeping the mystery of Mike Williams from being solved. It was starting to feel like someone had gone to great lengths to ensure questions outnumbered answers. With no body and no solid explanation, what had first looked like a tragic accident was starting to feel completely different. If Mike hadn't drowned accidentally in Lake Seminole, then what did happen? And if someone staged the boat, the gear, or even the truck, why would they go to such trouble? Each of these discrepancies brought the investigation one step closer to a possibility more chilling than any alligator-infested marsh. What if Mike Williams' disappearance hadn't been an accident at all? What if someone had planned this? As unsettling as these questions were, more disturbing answers began to surface. Investigators and those closest to Mike started to see threads pointing away from Lake Seminole and toward Mike's personal life, a life that, beneath the surface, wasn't as picture-perfect as it seemed. Denise Williams appears, at first glance, to be a grieving widow. Her husband, Mike, had disappeared under tragic and mysterious circumstances, leaving Denise behind to raise their 6-month-old daughter alone. And for a time, the tragedy seemed to fit neatly into place: a tragic drowning on a cold December morning, an unfortunate accident that left a hole in the lives of his loved ones. But just beneath the surface, there were details about Denise's life that would soon raise questions. Questions about her relationships, questions about money, and, eventually, questions about whether Mike's disappearance was an accidenta, something much darker. Not long after Mike's disappearance, one specific piece of information came to light that started to change how some people viewed Denise's role in the case. In the months leading up to Mike's disappearance, Brian Winchester, a family friend, had facilitated the purchase of a substantial life insurance policy on Mike. This was a significant policy, with a payout of $1 million, an amount large enough to support a surviving family after an unexpected tragedy. On the surface, this kind of planning wasn't unusual. Mike was a responsible man, a careful planner who prioritized his family's financial well-being. It wasn't hard to believe that he would take steps to ensure Denise and their baby would be protected if something happened to him. But as more details about the insurance policy emerged, its timing and circumstances caught the attention of investigators. Brian Winchester wasn't just a casual acquaintance of the Williams family, he was deeply intertwined in their lives. The two men had been close friends for years, part of a small, tight-knit group of friends and family that often socialized together. Brian had been trusted enough to handle the life insurance arrangements, which made sense given that he worked in the financial services industry. He appeared to be someone Mike relied on, a friend who could be counted on to help navigate the sometimes complicated details of life insurance policies. But what didn't make sense, at least not to Cheryl Williams and eventually to investigators, was just how quickly things seemed to fall into place for Brian and Denise after Mike's disappearance. In the years that followed, the friendship between Denise and Brian began evolving into something more. In 2005, just 5 years after Mike had vanished, the two married. For many, this raised eyebrows. Cheryl Williams, in particular, viewed the relationship between Denise and Brian with suspicion. She had already been outspoken in her belief that Mike's death was not an accident, and the timing of this new marriage only deepened her doubts. Denise and Brian, now living together as a married couple, continued to raise Mike and Denise's daughter in the same house where Denise had lived with Mike. It was a blending of lives that, to some, appeared far too convenient. Adding to Cheryl's suspicions was the financial windfall that Denise had received following Mike's disappearance. After her husband was declared legally dead, Denise had collected the full $1 million life insurance payout. This payout, coupled with her remarriage to Brian, raised questions among those already uneasy about the circumstances of Mike's disappearance. Cheryl frequently pointed out that Denise's financial stability and apparent ability to move forward with her life stood in sharp contrast to the devastation many expected from a grieving widow. To Cheryl, it felt like Denise and Brian had not just accepted Mike's death but had benefited from it in ways that were difficult to ignore. For investigators, the connection between the life insurance payout and Denise's remarriage to Brian prompted closer scrutiny. They began to revisit the details surrounding the policy itself, focusing on its timing and the role Brian had played in setting it up. Taking out life insurance isn't uncommon, but what stood out in this case was how recently the policy had been purchased before Mike's disappearance. Brian Winchester had played an active role in encouraging Mike and Denise to secure the policy. His expertise in financial planning often meant friends and family trusted his advice on these matters. But had this specific policy been too conveniently timed? For Cheryl Williams, the connections felt almost too calculated to be coincidence. She pointed to the insurance payout, the new marriage, and Brian's central role in both as evidence that her son's disappearance was no accident. In her mind, there were clear motives for foul play. Mike was the obstacle, and his death had cleared the way for both financial gain and a life together for Denise and Brian. Her relentless lobbying of law enforcement to reopen Mike's case became all the more intense as these suspicions bubbled to the surface. Still, authorities hesitated to act. The case remained cold for years after Mike was declared legally dead. Without a body or solid evidence of foul play, there wasn't much to prove that animosity or a crime existed. While the connection between Denise and Brian raised questions publicly, it wasn't enough to bring any official charges. The fact that someone benefited financially from a life insurance policy didn't automatically make them a suspect. In the eyes of the law, lifting suspicions to the level of definitive proof required more than public discomfort. The timeline of Denise and Brian's relationship, however, became increasingly difficult for investigators to overlook. Cheryl's persistence kept the case alive in the public sphere, and little by little, former acquaintances of the couple began to come forward with observations that suggested their connection had developed well before Mike's disappearance. Early hints of affection between the two reportedly existed within social circles prior to December, 2000 details that added more fuel to Cheryl's belief that this wasn't simply two people leaning on each other during a shared loss. Were Denise and Brian romantically involved before Mike disappeared? If so, it added a new layer to the investigation surrounding Mike's supposed accident at Lake Seminole. In hindsight, Cheryl viewed her son's death as the starting point for Denise and Brian's life together. Although Denise was publicly quiet about Mike's death, Cheryl believed her actions spoke volumes. Cheryl often raised the question with investigators: how could someone move on so quickly, so smoothly, without a deeper reason? The financial windfall from that life insurance policy and the publicity that followed their eventual marriage put Denise and Brian in an uncomfortable spotlight. And while they attempted to portray a new life of normalcy, the whispers of those who knew them began to shift the tone of the narrative. Despite Cheryl's relentless efforts, law enforcement was slow to act. For years, the story of Mike's disappearance stayed frozen in place, untouched by new evidence or significant breakthroughs. Investigators knew something didn't align perfectly with an accidental drowning, but they lacked the hard evidence needed to fully pursue another line of inquiry. Denise and Brian's marriage fueled suspicion, but wasn't proof of any wrongdoing. The insurance payout seemed ill-timed, but, on its own, wasn't enough to unwind the complicated web of relationships. There were no eyewitnesses, no physical evidence, and no clear motive, at least in legal terms. What Cheryl didn't realize during those years of frustration and waiting was that the facade of Denise and Brian's life together was already beginning to crack. Behind closed doors, their relationship was far from the perfect partnership it appeared to be. Trouble between the two would eventually lead to desperate actions on Brian Winchester's part acts that, years later, would break open the case and shed light on the truth behind Mike Williams' disappearance. By the early 2000s, Cheryl could feel momentum building, even if progress felt slow. Over time, public pressure began to mount, and with each media appearance Cheryl made, she refused to let her son's story fade from memory. Her accusations against Brian and Denise grew sharper, louder, and more pointed as she became convinced Mike had met with foul play. Authorities eventually reopened the case in 2004, largely due to Cheryl's tireless advocacy. But as investigators took a second look, they would come to see just how tangled the story of Denise, Brian, and Mike really was. And while this chapter of the case focused on the beginnings of suspicion, the truth was only just starting to surface. It would take years and an act of desperation by Brian Winchester before the full scope of what happened to Mike Williams came to light. Cheryl Williams couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. From the moment she heard the explanation of her son's disappearance, a presumed drowning accident in the murky waters of Lake Seminole, was unconvinced. The idea that Mike, a cautious outdoorsman and strong swimmer, could slip beneath the surface without a trace and somehow not resurface never sat right with her. Then there was the fact that experienced searchers, equipped with sonar and dive teams, hadn't found a single piece of conclusive evidence to support a drowning. For Cheryl, the lack of answers wasn't evidence that Mike's death was an accident. It was evidence that something was being missed or hidden. While others moved on, Cheryl refused to let the matter rest. What followed was a years-long campaign, fueled by a mother's intuition and an unrelenting desire to know the truth. Cheryl's fight for answers began in 2000, in the immediate aftermath of Mike's disappearance. At first, like anyone in her position, she hoped for a quick resolution. But as days turned into weeks and still no body was recovered, her hope turned to frustration. The lack of physical evidence, the inconsistencies in the theories, and the neatly tied-up conclusion of an accidental drowning felt premature, worse, wrong. With few allies and even fewer resources, Cheryl launched her own efforts to uncover what had really happened to her son. She began reaching out to local authorities, questioning every detail she could about the investigation. She wanted to know why the search had turned up empty and why law enforcement seemed so willing to close the case after only a few weeks of searching. Her questions often fell on deaf ears. Cheryl was met with resistance, sometimes outright dismissal from the agencies involved in the early stages of the investigation. One problem, it seemed, was the lack of clear-cut evidence pointing to foul play. Without a crime scene, a motive, or even a body, law enforcement saw no justification to treat Mike's disappearance as anything but a tragic accident. Cheryl's concerns were often brushed aside, and she found herself fighting not just to prove her point but to have it heard at all. Faced with official indifference, Cheryl decided to take matters into her own hands. She turned to her community, hoping to keep Mike's case in the public eye. Cheryl used local newspapers to her advantage, purchasing ads that asked for information and encouraged anyone with knowledge of the disappearance to come forward. She was strategic, knowing that the more attention she could draw to her son's story, the harder it would be for authorities to ignore. Billboards soon went up near high-traffic areas, reminding everyone in the region that Mike Williams was still missing and that his mother wasn't giving up. In Cheryl's mind, forgetting was not an option. But Cheryl didn't stop with public appeals. She also approached state officials, writing letters to explain her concerns and demand further action. Her persistence was staggering. She reportedly wrote a letter to Florida Governor Rick Scott every single day for months, asking him to assign the case to another agency or appoint a special prosecutor. In total, she sent more than 200 letters, yet they went unanswered. The silence from top officials only fueled Cheryl's anger. She believed the system was failing her son, and she was determined to make sure that wouldn't happen. By 2004, these efforts finally started to make a dent. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, agreed to revisit the case nearly 4 years after Mike disappeared. For Cheryl, this small breakthrough was proof that persistence worked. But getting the case reopened was just one step. The real battle would be whether anyone could find the evidence to crack it open. Cheryl continued to push, refusing to let momentum stall. She kept speaking out, emphasizing the inconsistencies in Mike's case, and making it clear she had no plans to quit until she had answers. Throughout this time, Cheryl faced significant challenges. Her unwavering belief that Mike had not drowned wasn't always met with sympathy or support. Friends, neighbors, and even some family members began to question why she couldn't let go. People criticized her for holding on to what they saw as false hope, insisting that Mike's death was simply a tragedy, not a mystery. But Cheryl didn't back down. She famously told reporters in 2007, "I get criticized a lot for not admitting that Mike's dead. All I know is I can't stop looking for him until I find him." To her, the unanswered questions weren't just an obstacle, they were a sign that someone wasn't telling the truth. Cheryl's determination extended to the media as well. In 2012, Mike's story was featured on an episode of Disappeared, a popular true crime series on investigation discovery. Cheryl played a key role in ensuring the show featured the case, knowing that national attention could apply a fresh kind of pressure to those involved. The episode brought Mike's story to a wider audience, renewing interest in the bizarre circumstances of his disappearance. In every interview she gave about the case, Cheryl reiterated her belief that her son had not drowned. She never hesitated to criticize law enforcement for their lack of action and slow response in the early days of the investigation. Her persistence made sure the case remained active in the public's mind and impossible for officials to completely ignore. Behind the scenes, Cheryl continued to explore every lead she could. She engaged with anyone she thought might have information, no matter how small. People from Mike's past, strangers in Tallahassee's tight-knit community. Anyone who crossed Cheryl's path might find themselves drawn into her search for the truth. Sometimes the trail led to dead ends, but Cheryl was undeterred. What kept her going, she often said, was her love for her son. She couldn't accept a life where there wasn't justice for Mikey, or worse, a life where the truth never surfaced at all. While Cheryl's efforts focused on keeping the investigation alive, she couldn't ignore the other strange developments happening around her. Denise Williams and Brian Winchester's marriage in 2005 hadn't gone unnoticed. Cheryl had publicly expressed her suspicions about the life insurance policy and its potentially suspicious timing, but now she found herself raising questions about Denise and Brian's personal lives too. To Cheryl, the marriage was more than just a coincidence, it was a motive. She believed that Mike's death might have paved the way for Denise and Brian's life together, along with the financial security Denise gained through the insurance payout. Cheryl didn't shy away from implying that the couple knew far more about Mike's disappearance than they'd ever admitted. Still, for years, her suspicions didn't move the needle far enough to shift the investigation forward. The FDLE's re-examination of the case in 2004 didn't result in any arrests or new evidence being found. But crucially, it did keep the focus from fading entirely. Cheryl's persistence acted as a safeguard, ensuring that Mike's case wasn't relegated to a forgotten file in some corner of law enforcement archives. It may not have provided immediate answers, but it kept attention on the oddities and contradictions that surrounded Mike's disappearance. This would prove critical in later years when new evidence finally came to light. Cheryl's dedication stands out not only because of what she achieved, but also because of how long it took. The fight for justice spanned more than a decade. And at every turn, Cheryl encountered obstacles that might have caused anyone else to stop. But quitting was never an option. For Cheryl, advocating for her son wasn't just about solving a crime, it was about giving him the dignity he deserved, even in death. What Cheryl couldn't know at the time was that the answers she'd sought for so long were closer than anyone realized. Behind closed doors, cracks were forming in Denise and Brian's relationship. Those cracks would widen over the years, ultimately leading to a series of events that, quite unexpectedly, provided the break the case had been waiting for. Cheryl's tireless fight had kept the investigation alive long enough for those cracks to appear. The stage was set for a confession that would finally confirm what Cheryl had suspected all along. Mike's death wasn't an accident. It was a murder. In August 2016, the disappearance of Mike Williams, which had baffled investigators and haunted his mother Cheryl for 16 years, took an unexpected turn. Brian Winchester, the man who had married Mike's widow, Denise, was arrested not for anything directly related to Mike, but for a crime no one had seen coming. Winchester had kidnapped Denise at gunpoint. The details were startling. On her way to work at Florida State University that morning, Denise found Brian waiting for her. Armed and agitated, he climbed into her car and held her hostage. It was a brazen and desperate act, one that puzzled even those close to the case. But while the kidnapping itself seemed unrelated to Mike's disappearance, it soon became the thread that would unravel years of secrets. At the time, Denise and Brian had been going through a contentious divorce. Their relationship, which had seemed deliberately built on the foundations of Mike's absence, had grown increasingly strained over the years. In court filings, Denise said she had feared Brian's behavior was becoming erratic. It wasn't just about their failing marriage, there were hints of paranoia and desperation in his actions, and when he kidnapped her, those fears were painfully validated. Authorities charged Brian with multiple crimes, including armed burglary, domestic assault, and kidnapping, all of which underscored the severity of the situation. Brian was held without bond, as both prosecutors and the courts deemed him a significant threat. For Denise, who sought immediate protection orders against him, the incident was terrifying. But for investigators, it was a bizarre opportunity. Brian's arrest gave law enforcement the opening they'd been waiting for. His erratic behavior during the kidnapping and the circumstances of his unraveling domestic life raised new questions about his past and his possible involvement in Mike Williams' disappearance. Brian was no longer just Denise's second husband or a once-trusted family friend. He was now a key figure under the microscope, someone whose story demanded to be revisited. The arrest came with one critical advantage: pressure. Facing decades in prison, Brian now had something to lose. And, after years of silence, investigators suspected he might be willing to talk not just about the kidnapping, but about what had happened to Mike back in 2000. Initially, Brian denied any involvement. His defense team downplayed any connection between the disappearance and his legal troubles, framing the kidnapping as a moment of poor judgment during an emotionally charged time. But behind the scenes, investigators weren't buying it. The timing of the life insurance payout, the quick marriage to Denise, and now this act of desperation, everything pointed to a deeper story Brian wasn't telling. By 2017, as Brian's legal battles over the kidnapping played out, negotiations quietly took shape. Authorities suspected Brian knew where Mike's body was, and they were determined to get it out of him. Around this time, prosecutors seemed willing to strike a deal. They couldn't erase the charges tied to the kidnapping, but they hinted at a lighter sentence in exchange for crucial information about Mike's disappearance. For Brian, this was a lifeline in an otherwise bleak reality. He began cooperating, and in early October of that year, he gave investigators the one thing they had been chasing for over a decade: the location of Mike Williams' body. The site Brian described was a muddy patch of land at the end of Gardner Road in northern Leon County, Florida. It was roughly 5 miles from where Mike had grown up, a place with haunting proximity to the life he had built and ultimately lost. In the weeks that followed, a team of county workers, search dogs, and investigators began excavating the area. They worked for 5 days, meticulously digging through the dense, wet soil to uncover exactly what Brian had described. Finally, after years of dead ends and false starts, there was a breakthrough. Human remains were recovered from the scene. They were sent for forensic testing, and not long after, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement confirmed the results. The remains belonged to Mike Williams. The confirmation marked the case's most significant development since Mike had disappeared 16 years earlier. DNA testing, matched against a sample provided by Cheryl Williams, left no doubt. Mike hadn't drowned in Lake Seminole. He hadn't been consumed by alligators or lost to the elements in a tragic accident. He had been murdered. The initial theories that had dogged the investigation for so long were now conclusively disproved. Cheryl Williams' years of fighting, lobbying, and pushing for answers had finally been validated. Her son had fallen victim to something far more sinister than anyone had imagined in those early days after his disappearance. What made the location even more haunting was its personal connection to Mike. The site where his body was buried was intimate and deliberate, hidden in plain sight yet close to home. It wasn't some remote swamp or anonymous burial ground. Instead, it was a pocket of land familiar to Brian Winchester. This wasn't a random act, investigators realized. It was calculated. It also spoke to the sheer audacity of whoever had left Mike there, possibly believing no one would ever look or suspect foul play. But now the body had been found, setting the stage for more revelations. The details weren't made public immediately, and this was a deliberate choice by investigators. The cause of death and specific evidence recovered from the site were kept confidential. The goal was to ensure that any forthcoming details, particularly those from potential suspects, would line up with facts only the involved parties could know. By controlling the flow of information, law enforcement positioned themselves to build a stronger case, one less vulnerable to misinterpretation or leaks. But for Cheryl and her supporters, the discovery of Mike's remains had already provided one critical piece of closure: confirmation that her instincts about her son's fate had been right all along. Brian's confession and Mike's discovery also reopened long-standing questions about Denise's role in everything that had transpired. For years, Cheryl had speculated about whether Denise was more involved than she let on. Would Brian's cooperation implicate Denise further? Investigators, already circling around her inconsistencies, now had more to work with. And as more details about Mike's murder emerged, Denise would soon find herself in the spotlight in ways she had fought to avoid. Ultimately, Brian's arrest for the kidnapping of Denise Williams became a turning point investigators had never anticipated. What began as the unraveling of a toxic, crumbling marriage revealed far more than Denise and Brian had likely ever intended. Mike Williams, who for years seemed like the victim of a tragic accident, was finally vindicated as the victim of a calculated crime. His remains, recovered and positively identified, told a story no one could ignore. But if Brian's confession confirmed one thing, it raised another unsettling question. What had really happened on Lake Seminole that day in December 2000? What role had Denise played, if any? And what motivations had turned a trusted best friend and a loving wife into suspects in a murder case? The discovery of Mike's body wasn't just a resolution, it was the start of a new phase in the investigation. Now, investigators had the proof they needed to begin asking harder questions. And as they turned to the circumstances of Mike's death, Brian's confession would reveal nearly unthinkable details about betrayal, deceit, and the length some people will go to for love, money, and a life free of obstacles. But for Cheryl, it was the moment she had been fighting for all along. Her son didn't drown. He didn't simply vanish. Someone had taken him, buried him, and stolen his life. The truth behind Mike Williams' disappearance was chilling. For years, his death had looked like a tragic accident. But in 2017, Brian Winchester revealed a story no one had imagined. It was a crime that had been set in motion months before that December morning, in 2000, carefully plotted and executed by two people Mike trusted most: his wife, Denise, and his best friend, Brian. The details, according to Brian's confession, exposed a murder wrapped in betrayal, greed, and manipulation. This was not an accident, it was a calculated plan to eliminate Mike and make his death look like one. It started, Brian claimed, as an idea born out of his and Denise's ongoing affair. The relationship between Denise and Brian hadn't been a fleeting lapse in judgment. It began in 1997, 3 years before Mike's disappearance, while both were still married to their respective spouses. Over time, the affair grew more serious. Brian testified that their initial plans were to leave their spouses, but the logistics seemed too complicated. They worried about how a divorce, particularly Denise's, might impact their lives. Denise, according to Brian, didn't want to deal with the financial fallout, custody issues, or the social consequences of ending her marriage to Mike. Their solution was as twisted as it was clear: get rid of Mike. The plot officially began in early 2000, 9 months before Mike's disappearance. Denise and Brian discussed several potential scenarios to make Mike's death look like an accident. The first plan involved a boating trip to the Gulf of Mexico, where Brian would stage a fatal mishap. But according to Brian, they ultimately abandoned this idea because it seemed too risky, too complicated. Instead, they shifted their focus to a hunting trip on Lake Seminole, a setting that gave them the advantage of isolation and plausible danger. They believed the lake would provide the perfect cover if Mike drowned. No one would question it. The story would write itself. On the morning of December 16, 2000, Brian put the plan into motion. He convinced Mike to go duck hunting at Lake Seminole, just as they had done many times before. To Mike, it was another routine outing, but to Brian, it was the culmination of months of preparation and deceit. The two friends launched the boat into the water just before dawn, under the pretense of looking for prime hunting spots. As they moved further out into the lake, Brian urged Mike to put on his waders, a decision that would later prove significant. Brian's account of what happened next revealed a sequence of events that would alter lives forever. As they reached a secluded area of the lake, Brian deliberately pushed Mike out of the boat. The cold, murky water immediately swallowed Mike, and his heavy waders made it almost impossible for him to tread water. But despite the plan's careful design, Mike didn't immediately drown. He managed to grab onto a nearby tree stump, holding himself above water and fighting to survive. At this point, the facade of accident began to fall apart. What was supposed to be a quick and undetectable death turned into something much messier. As Mike clung to the stump, Brian realized he had no other option but to finish what he'd started. He retrieved his shotgun, stepped closer to the edge of the boat, and fired a single shot. The blast hit Mike in the face, killing him instantly. The betrayal Mike must have felt in those final moments, looking up at the person he'd once considered a lifelong friend, was unimaginable. Brian's confession left little doubt about the deliberate and calculated nature of this act. There was no hesitation in his account. What followed only underscored the lengths he and Denise were willing to go to cover their tracks. After killing Mike, Brian transported his body back to shore. He had already chosen a site to dispose of a muddy area near Gardner Road, relatively close to where Mike had grown up. There, Brian buried Mike's remains in a shallow grave, covering them with debris to make the spot as inconspicuous as possible. The next step in the plan was just as unsettling as the murder itself, going back to their everyday lives as if nothing had happened. For Denise and Brian, the goal wasn't just to avoid suspicion, it was to erase Mike entirely. That same evening, Brian attended a family Christmas party as planned. He arrived on time, acted normal, and avoided behaviors that might raise questions. Denise, back at home with their infant daughter, played her role as the concerned wife without hesitation. For a time, the plan appeared to work. Investigators initially treated Mike's disappearance as an accident, and within weeks, Denise began the process of cashing in on the $1 million life insurance policy that Brian had helped her secure. The depth of their betrayal went far beyond the murder itself. For Mike, the plot was carried out by the two people he trusted above all else. Denise was his high school sweetheart, the mother of his child, the person he had built his entire adult life around. Brian, meanwhile, had been his closest friend for years, someone who knew every corner of Mike's life. For them, though, Mike was just an obstacle that needed to be removed so they could be together. The fact that their affair had fueled and justified such an elaborate crime spoke to the extent of their cold calculations. In his confession, Brian painted Denise as the driving force behind the plot. He claimed that she was the one who refused to consider divorce, the one who expressed concerns about the financial repercussions of separating. According to Brian, their relationship didn't just set the stage for the murder, it dictated it. Denise, he alleged, was the mastermind, the person who stood the most to gain from Mike's death. His testimony suggested that she had manipulated him into aiding in the crime, leveraging their affair to ensure his loyalty. But Brian's admission didn't settle everything. In exposing the details of the murder and implicating Denise, he also revealed the complexity of their relationship. Over time, the once convenient partnership between Denise and Brian began to crumble. The trust that had bound them during their plot unraveled, leaving room for paranoia and desperation to creep in. By the time Brian kidnapped Denise in 2016, their relationship had devolved into barely concealed hostility. His kidnapping attempt was, in part, an effort to keep Denise silent. He feared she might betray him, just as they had betrayed Mike. What he didn't realize was that his own actions would open the door to unravel everything. Brian's confession didn't just end years of speculation. It unmasked the full scope of a crime that had fooled investigators, friends, and family for nearly 2 decades. It revealed how two people had conspired to destroy a life and hide it behind a veil of normalcy. However, as the truth began to surface, so did questions about accountability. While Brian's role was now clear, Denise's part remained under scrutiny. If her involvement was as central as Brian claimed, why hadn't she faced consequences yet? And if she had orchestrated the plan, was justice finally closing in on her too? By this point, Denise's carefully constructed world had begun to collapse, but her legal fate was still to be determined. The courts now faced a critical decision: how to handle the woman whose life seemed built on lies, betrayal, and the ghost of the man she had once vowed to love. In May 2018, more than 17 years after Mike Williams vanished on what was initially thought to be a routine hunting trip, Denise Williams was arrested at Florida State University, where she worked. A grand jury had indicted her on multiple charges, including first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and accessory after the fact. The arrest came as a shock to many, but for investigators, it marked the culmination of years of mounting suspicion. Prosecutors accused Denise of masterminding the plot to kill her husband in order to be with Brian Winchester, her lover and longtime family friend. It wasn't just about their relationship, though. They pointed to the $1 million life insurance policy conveniently arranged by Brian himself as a key factor in Denise's alleged motivations. From the moment the charges became public, Denise's defense team emphatically denied her involvement. Her attorney, Ethan Way, was quick to assert that Denise had absolutely nothing to do with Mike Williams's disappearance and absolutely nothing to do with any of the crimes that Brian Winchester committed. He also criticized the timing of the indictment, noting that it followed Brian's incarceration for kidnapping Denisian act that highlighted their fractured and volatile relationship. Nonetheless, prosecutors intended to make their case without hesitation, stating they would deny her bail and bring forward detailed evidence during trial. The case moved quickly. By late June 2018, Denise was ordered to remain in custody without bond, and a trial date was set for September of that year. Delays eventually pushed the trial to December, but when it finally began, both the prosecution and the defense faced the daunting task of disentangling nearly 2 decades of lies, cover-ups, and manipulation. For prosecutors, the heart of their case was Brian Winchester's testimony. As the state's star witness, Brian provided a damning first-hand account of the plot to kill Mike, painting Denise as the orchestrator. Brian took the stand and didn't hold back. He started by recounting his affair with Denise, which began in 1997, 3 years before Mike's disappearance. While both were still married to other people at the time, their relationship became more serious over time. According to Brian, the affair snowballed into something that couldn't be easily hidden or undone. He testified that the pair discussed various ways to be together, without dealing with the financial and social fallout of divorces. At one point, he said Denise had even suggested staging a boating accident on the Gulf of Mexico. Ultimately, though, they opted for a plan that involved a hunting trip, an activity Mike loved, and one that offered the perfect cover for an accident. In chilling detail, Brian described the events of December 16, 2000, the day he lured Mike to Lake Seminole with a promise of a routine duck hunting trip. Once on the water, Brian pushed Mike out of the boat, expecting him to drown quickly in the cold, murky lake while weighed down by his waders. But when Mike managed to stay afloat by clinging to a tree stump, Brian realized the plan wasn't going to work as smoothly as they'd intended. He took his shotgun and shot Mike in the face, ensuring his death. Afterward, Brian drove Mike's body to a predetermined location and buried him near Gardner Road in northern Leon County. The courtroom listened intently as Brian laid out not only the murder itself but also the conversations leading up to it. Conversations that, according to him, were driven by Denise. He portrayed her as the one who insisted they couldn't risk divorces and the one who pushed for Mike's death as the only solution. His testimony was the centerpiece of the prosecution's case, but it wasn't the only evidence they presented. Prosecutors introduced a recorded phone call between Kathy Thomas, Brian's ex-wife, and Denise. During the call, Kathy suggested she knew the truth about what had happened to Mike. Denise repeatedly tried to change the subject, but her apparent evasiveness raised more questions. At one point, she asked Kathy, "What do you know?" Prosecutors used this exchange to suggest that Denise was more than just an innocent party swept up in Brian's actions. Assistant State Attorney John Fuchs highlighted additional details to establish Denise's calculated role in the murder. He pointed out her calm, unemotional demeanor during key conversations about the crime, arguing that it reflected her cold-blooded involvement in planning her husband's death. The prosecution painted Denise as someone who had carefully balanced her image as a grieving widow while benefiting financially and personally from her husband's murder. The defense, led by Ethan Way, pushed back hard. Way argued there was no physical evidence directly tying Denise to the crime. He pointed out that the state had built its entire case around the testimony of a convicted felon, Brian Winchester, who had every incentive to shift blame onto someone else to save himself. Way expressed disbelief that Brian wasn't the one on trial, given that he had confessed to the murder. He framed Brian as an unreliable and self-serving witness whose plea deal had allowed him to avoid punishment for his actions. After 4 days of testimony, the case went to the jury. They deliberated for 8 hours, carefully weighing the conflicting narratives put forth by the prosecution and the defense. In the end, the jury returned a verdict. Denise Williams was guilty on all counts, including first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. For Cheryl Williams, who had fought tirelessly for justice for her son, the verdict was vindication after nearly 2 decades of waiting and wondering. During sentencing in February 2019, Cheryl addressed the court and spoke of the pain Denise had caused. She said Denise had not only taken her son, but had also taken her granddaughter, Ansley, by cutting Cheryl out of their lives in the years following Mike's death. Denise, for her part, remained silent during sentencing. The court handed down a life sentence with no possibility of parole, ensuring that Denise would spend the rest of her life behind bars. The conviction brought some semblance of closure to the tragedy, but it didn't end the ripple effects of what had happened. 5 months after her sentencing, new developments added another layer to the aftermath. Denise signed over all assets tied to Mike's estate and insurance payouts to their daughter, Ansley. In doing so, she avoided prosecution for insurance fraud deal that came with strict conditions. Ansley was prohibited from using the funds to support Denise's legal appeals. Should she violate the agreement, she risked a $150,000 penalty. This legal maneuver effectively cut Denise off from the financial gains she had once sought, redirecting them to the daughter she had been accused of betraying. Today, Denise Williams remains incarcerated at the Florida Women's Reception Center. Her case is a stark reminder of the lengths some people will go to for money and personal gain, and the devastating consequences those actions can have on the lives of others. For Cheryl, though, it was simple. Justice had finally been served. Denise's conviction confirmed what she'd suspected for years. While the legal system had been slow to act, it had ultimately fulfilled its role in holding the guilty accountable. Still, the lingering question for many is how Mike's death could have been disguised as an accident for so long, and how easily it could have stayed that way had it not been for years of unrelenting pressure from Cheryl to uncover the truth. At first glance, the disappearance of Mike Williams seemed straightforward, a hunter caught in the wrong place at the wrong time in Lake Seminole's treacherous waters. But what began as a presumed accident unraveled into a story of deception, greed, and murder, proving just how misleading appearances can be. This case reveals not only how easily justice can be delayed, but also what it takes to see it through to the end. Mike's story is a testament to the power of persistence and the consequences of assumptions made too early in an investigation. The initial investigation into Mike's disappearance was, by all accounts, flawed. From the moment his boat and truck were found, law enforcement narrowed their focus to a single theory: an accidental drowning. They didn't treat the boat as a potential crime scene. Instead, it was promptly returned to his family. The area around the boat ramp, heavily trampled by volunteers and searchers, was never secured as a possible site of foul play. These decisions limited early efforts to collect evidence. One officer later admitted, "We didn't have a whole lot to go on except there was an empty boat and the guy didn't show up." This approach, assuming the simplest explanation, meant critical details were overlooked. The mistakes didn't stop there. The alligator theory became a convenient explanation for why Mike's body wasn't recovered. But experts eventually debunked it, pointing out that cold December temperatures made it highly unlikely that alligators were active, let alone feeding. This shaky theory allowed investigators to dismiss growing doubts about the circumstances of Mike's disappearance. Instead of digging deeper, they clung to a narrative that was increasingly inconsistent with the evidence's lack of it. By prematurely closing the case as an accident, they allowed the truth to stay buried far longer than it should have. Cheryl Williams emerged as the pivotal force in keeping her son's story alive. Where investigators had faltered, she refused to give up. Cheryl's determination to challenge the initial findings transformed a closed case into an active search for justice. Over the years, she wrote more than 200 letters to Florida's governor, imploring authorities to reopen the investigation. She purchased newspaper ads, put up billboards, and engaged the community, ensuring no one forgot that Mike was still missing. Cheryl's actions weren't just about finding answers, they were about questioning the assumptions others had been too quick to accept. This maternal persistence wasn't without its challenges. Cheryl faced skepticism and pushback from her community, and even within law enforcement. Many criticized her for not letting it go, viewing her relentless focus as an inability to grieve and move forward. She admitted, "I get criticized a lot for not admitting that Mike's dead. All I know is I can't stop looking for him until I find him." Her refusal to accept anything less than the truth eventually forced authorities to take a second look. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement reopened the case in 2004, 4 years after it had been officially closed. While the investigation still moved slowly, her efforts had planted the seeds for what was to come. The role of financial motives in Mike's disappearance also illustrates a critical lesson about investigative thoroughness. Not long after Mike was declared dead, Denise Williams collected a $1 million life insurance payout. While this would have raised immediate suspicions in other cases, it didn't lead to further scrutiny at the time. Investigators overlooked the details of the policy, which had been arranged by Brian Winchester, Denise's close confidant and later her husband. Together, Denise and Brian had the means, motive, and opportunity to benefit from Mike's death, something that only became clear years later when the case was officially revisited. The financial aspect highlights just how complicated missing persons investigations can become when relationships and money are involved. Authorities initially treated Denise and Brian's relationship as coincidental, not conspiratorial. They married 5 years after Mike's disappearance, blending their lives seamlessly despite whispers of wrongdoing. To outsiders, it might have appeared like two people leaning on each other in the wake of shared tragedy. But when paired with the financial gain she received and Brian's eventual admissions, their marriage became a glaring red flag that should have been noticed sooner. The delay in considering these connections allowed years of secrecy to pass, prolonging the search for truth. Another systemic issue the case exposed was the failure to think beyond the idea of a routine accident. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, which led the initial search, treated the case as a missing hunter incident from the start. While it's natural to assume the most straightforward explanation, doing so can lead investigators to overlook pivotal details. In Mike's case, this meant prematurely dismissing the possibility of foul play. Once the drowning theory took root, it framed every decision that followed. The search for evidence became an effort to confirm drowning, not to rule out alternative scenarios even when the recovered items, from his perfectly intact waders to his floating flashlight, painted a conflicting picture. The broader implications of Mike Williams' case extend to how investigators handle missing persons cases overall. It highlights the importance of considering not only environmental factors but also human behavior. Financial records, personal relationships, and potential motives should have been explored far earlier. These elements often hold the key to unearthing the truth, especially in cases that seem to defy logic. Had investigators conducted a more thorough examination of Mike's life, his marriage, his friendships, and his finances, the cracks in the story might have appeared sooner. What's especially unsettling about this case is how close it came to remaining unsolved. Without Cheryl's pressure and Brian's eventual confession, Mike Williams likely would have been forever remembered as a victim of a tragic accident. His remains might never have been found, and the scheme to murder him might have succeeded without consequence. This reality underscores the need for persistence, both from law enforcement and from families, in pursuing justice. Cheryl's tireless advocacy serves as a reminder that one voice, even when ignored or dismissed, can make a difference in uncovering the truth. The Mike Williams case also acts as a warning about the power of unchecked assumptions. It's easy to believe the simplest narrative, especially in cases where evidence isn't immediately clear. But as this story demonstrates, the most obvious answer isn't always the correct one. For investigators, this means keeping an open mind, treating even seemingly routine disappearances with the care and thoroughness of a potential criminal case. For the public, it means resisting the urge to accept surface-level explanations that might let the true perpetrators slip away unnoticed. Ultimately, Mike's story reminds us that justice can be a long, difficult process. It stretches beyond the confines of an investigation and into the lives of those left behind. For Cheryl, that meant years of heartbreak and frustration, chasing a truth everyone else seemed willing to give up on. For investigators, it meant revisiting their early missteps and asking hard questions about what they'd missed. And for Denise and Brian, it meant the eventual unraveling of a web of lies they had spent years weaving. But the broader lesson is one of vigilance. Questioning inconsistencies, examining motives, and applying consistent pressure are all essential in the pursuit of justice. Whether it's the role of financial incentives, overlooked evidence, or the human desire to explain away tragedy, Mike's case shows that justice isn't always immediate, but it's always worth pursuing. In the end, the persistence of one determined mother proved stronger than the lies of two people who thought they had fooled everyone. As we reflect on this case, one lesson stands out: trust your instincts. Cheryl Williams refused to let go of the feeling that something was wrong, and her persistence changed everything. The truth may not have come easily, but it came. And sometimes, that's exactly what justice looks like. The story of Mike Williams is one of deception, betrayal, and a mother's unwavering fight for justice. Cheryl Williams' refusal to accept the explanations handed to her proved that persistence can uncover the truth, even when it feels impossible. Her advocacy forced authorities to re-examine a case that could have easily been forgotten. "I can't stop looking for him until I find him," she once said, a sentiment that defined her journey. This case is a reminder to question everything: the surface-level answers, the motives, and the trust we place in others. Justice isn't instant, but it's always worth pursuing. Tonight, we will cover one of the most shocking true crime cases in the US history. Let's get to it. In 1978, millions watched a charming young man win a date on national television. Smiling, witty, and confident, he seemed harmless. But that man was Rodney Alcala, and at the time of his appearance on the dating game, he was in the middle of a brutal killing spree. How does someone commit unspeakable acts in the shadows, yet project warmth under the brightest lights? Tonight, we trace the unsettling path that brought a serial predator into America's living rooms and ask how many lives could have been saved if the truth had been known sooner. The air in the studio was warm under the glare of the overhead lights. Cameras rolled, stagehands moved quickly between sets, and the applause sign flashed above the audience. This was primetime television in 1978, and the dating game was a familiar comfort for viewers across the country. At home, families gathered in living rooms, watching as the Bachelor segment promised light-hearted banter and playful competition. On stage, three men sat hidden from the woman asking the questions. She was there to choose one of them for a date based on his answers alone. It was meant to be harmless entertainment. Among the bachelors sat Rodney Alcala. His posture was relaxed, his hair well kept, and the smile on his face came easily. When asked a question, his answers didn't stall or stumble. Each response carried a hint of practiced wit, as though he had thought through how to sound confident without crossing into arrogance. He leaned forward slightly when speaking, the way someone might when fully engaged. The live audience laughed at his jokes, and the game's host kept the energy moving, treating him as just another contestant in a lineup. The camera caught his expressions between questions, his eyes scanning just enough to meet the woman's voice from behind the divider. On the surface, he was everything producers might have hoped for in a contestant. Telegenic, quick with words, easy to smile at. For the viewers at home, Alcala fit the image of a likable bachelor. Behind that sparkle of performance, though, there was a reality no one in the studio seemed to see. Away from the set, police had already connected him to violent crimes. At the time he stepped into this role under the bright lights, detectives believed he was responsible for some of the most brutal acts they were investigating. Cheryl Bradshaw, the woman asking the questions, matched the upbeat tone the show expected from participants. She laughed at some answers and moved quickly on from others. The exchange between her and Alcala played out like any other episode, but offstage the tone shifted. She later recalled feeling uneasy during their limited interactions backstage. It wasn't anything as obvious as a single alarming comment or gesture. Instead, it was a presence that put her on edge. By the rules of the game, she made her selection, and the big reveal followed, with applause marking the supposed start of a fun date. The truth was that the decision to meet afterward never happened the way the show intended. Bradshaw declined to see Alcala once the cameras stopped recording. She told the staff she had no interest in spending time with him. That refusal would later stand out as an important moment, proof that even without knowing the details of his crimes, her instincts told her something wasn't right. It was not common for contestants to outright cancel the date they had just won on air, but she walked away from it without hesitation. For the audience at the time, the disconnection between who Alcala appeared to be on stage and who he really was offstage was invisible. The set itself helped create that illusion. The studio lighting, the applause, the playful host, all of it built an image that discouraged critical thought about the people on screen. Television creates characters, and in that half-hour episode, Alcala's character was simply the handsome bachelor with clever answers. Most viewers would not have guessed that the man delivering those lines had already taken lives and would take more. That day in the studio came to symbolize something larger. It showed how easily danger could slip into a setting designed for entertainment. The lack of public access to criminal records and the absence of cross-checks for game show contestants meant producers were unaware of who they had cast. What stood before them in the studio was a man who could smile on cue, deliver charming responses, and blend into the format as though nothing about him belonged anywhere near a police wanted list. While the staff and audience enjoyed the taping, somewhere else, there were families still waiting for answers about missing daughters and sisters. Those cases, at that moment, had no resolution. The man at the center of them now had another public appearance to mask his private life. In the days after filming, there was no public statement linking him to ongoing investigations. He walked away from the taping, free to continue his life without interruption. The contrast of this moment, national television casting Alcala as a romantic prize while detectives gathered evidence against him, was stark. Few moments in criminal history so clearly present the gap between how someone appears and who they actually are. Viewed decades later, the footage carries an unspoken tension. The laughter in the room is almost jarring to watch alongside the knowledge of what we now know. It asks the viewer to reconcile the two versions of one man, the smooth-talking contestant under the lights, and the predator operating in secret. Cheryl Bradshaw's choice to refuse their date has often been framed as a lucky escape, but it is also a reminder of the human ability to sense when something is wrong, even without all the facts. That decision didn't stop Alcala's crimes, but it may have saved her from becoming another name on a list that would take years to even compile. For her, that day ended when she left the studio. For him, it was just another performance, an added layer to the mask he wore in public. What made this episode especially chilling was not just Alcala's presence, but the ease with which he was accepted into a national platform. It spoke to a lack of safeguards, the assumptions that a smiling face and a rehearsed joke meant safety. Viewers placed their trust in the image beamed into their homes. The industry's focus on entertainment value over scrutiny left breathing room for someone like Alcala to step in unchecked. The camera's final shots of the segment showed the applause still going. The game continued. No one in that moment knew what he had done or what he would go on to do. The audience watching from their couches likely forgot his name within weeks. But when the truth emerged later, the scene took on a different meaning. The cheerful backdrop could never erase the reality of who had been sitting in that stool, answering those friendly questions. The unease Cheryl Bradshaw felt that day would later be echoed by many who saw the footage for the first time knowing his history. That disconnect between onstage charm and offstage violence became a defining image in the case. It would also raise a far larger question. How does someone accused of horrific crimes find their way into the spotlight of national television in the first place. Rodney Alcala was born in San Antonio, Texas, in 1943. He was the son of a Mexican-American family, the middle child in a household that would face sudden change. When Alcala was still young, his father left them. His mother made the decision to move the family to Los Angeles. They settled into a new environment, far from his birthplace, and Alcala spent the rest of his childhood on the West Coast. It was here he attended school, showing signs early on that he was a bright and capable student. Teachers noted his intelligence. He seemed comfortable in academic settings, able to learn quickly and perform well when he applied himself. In high school, Alcala presented himself as polite and approachable. His grades put him above average, and he earned a place at UCLA to study fine arts. Classmates from that period would remember him as someone who could hold a conversation with ease, someone who projected confidence without seeming overbearing. But the same qualities that made him likable in the classroom also hinted at something else. He could adapt to any situation and shift his behavior depending on who he was speaking to. It was a skill that, in later years, extended beyond social success and into manipulation. After a period at UCLA, Alcala joined the US Army in 1960 at the age of 17. He trained as a clerk and served during a time when the military expected strict discipline. While stationed, his behavior began to raise concerns. Reports from that time indicate that Alcala went absent without leave and was eventually diagnosed with what was then referred to as a nervous breakdown. During a psychiatric evaluation, doctors observed patterns of deceit and a disregard for rules, a combination that could disrupt any structured environment. The Army's medical staff noted troubling personality traits. He was discharged on medical grounds in 1964. That decision came after military psychologists suspected he was displaying symptoms associated with antisocial behavior. These signs included a lack of empathy and an ability to lie without hesitation. Records from later in his life would confirm that these early concerns were not isolated incidents, but part of a consistent pattern. During the mid-1960s, Alcala re-enrolled in civilian life, attending art school in Los Angeles and later the New York University School of the Arts, where he studied under the name John Berger. His intelligence was clear. By many accounts, his IQ was measured above average, and he used it to navigate environments where background checks were minimal and personal history could remain hidden. This period also reinforced his ability to create convincing versions of himself. In a classroom, he was the dedicated art student. In casual conversation, he was charming and engaging. But behind these roles, his behavior toward others, particularly women, began to follow a darker trend. Incidents of inappropriate conduct were whispered about but rarely documented in a way that reached authorities. In the military, he had already faced accusations of unwanted advances and manipulation, and his release had shielded him from further scrutiny. Now, in academic and social circles, any concerns people might have had were easy for him to deflect with charisma. People often have an instinct for sincerity, but Alcala's outward demeanor challenged that instinct, making it hard for casual acquaintances to imagine the calculated side he kept hidden. By the late 1960s, multiple psychiatric evaluations, some ordered by courts, others by institutions, would label Alcala's condition as antisocial personality disorder. This diagnosis described a person who routinely ignores the rights of others, fails to conform to lawful behavior, and shows no remorse for causing harm. Evaluators also noted his high intelligence and capability for planning. In later years, forensic psychologists would go further, pointing to traits consistent with psychopathy and sexual sadism. It was this specific combination, lack of empathy, high cognitive ability, and deviant sexual interest, that experts identify as significant risk factors for violent and repeated offenses. When such traits appear together, they often predict dangerous outcomes. Yet in Alcala's case, there was no system in place to recognize and act on them early enough. In the 1960s, communication between agencies was limited. Court-ordered evaluations typically stayed with the individual case file and were not broadly shared. A person could face serious accusations in one environment and then move on to another without those records following them. Alcala's story became an example of how someone with advanced manipulative skills and a clean outward image could avoid detection. Looking back, it is clear that the charm many found attractive was not just a natural personality trait, it was a tool. Alcala could present warmth and humor when useful, often tailoring his mannerisms to the person in front of him. If he saw a need to be serious and professional, he could shift into that role easily. This adaptability allowed him to avoid suspicion. People rarely challenged an image that seemed consistent and controlled. For those who crossed paths with him outside of his criminal acts, The inconsistencies might have been small, an odd comment here, an unusually long stare there, but those brief impressions were dismissed as quirks rather than warnings. Without a concrete reason to probe deeper, most continued to take him at face value. The absence of a cohesive tracking system for personal history meant each new acquaintance, employer, or institution started with a blank slate when it came to knowing Alcala. At the same time, his artistic pursuits gave him a socially acceptable reason to approach strangers, particularly young women. Photography and art often involve personal interaction and the creation of trust. In Alcala's hands, these activities provided both opportunity and cover. He learned how to initiate contact without setting off alarms, how to lead a conversation toward his goals while appearing casual. This capability to mask intent was a constant through his adult life. By the end of the 1960s, the traits that had been recorded in medical and military files had already begun to manifest in his personal conduct. The lack of intervention allowed him to take greater risks. There was no structured treatment or strict supervision after his discharge from the army, and no consistent record accessible to those around him. The stage was set for escalation. High intelligence without empathy can be a volatile combination, one that allows for careful planning of harm while avoiding the emotional burden most would feel. These years represented the critical early period where potential preventive action could have been taken. The signs were present: manipulation of authority, disregard for consent, clinical diagnoses that aligned with known predictors of violent crime. Yet, without legal convictions at that point, there was little to restrain him. Understanding that chain of missed opportunities makes what happened next stand out even more. The following year would bring the first confirmed violent offence that made its way into an official police investigation. It would reveal the level of brutality Alcala was already capable of, and how quickly he would act when given the chance. In 1968, a single incident would turn suspicion into certainty, at least for those who responded to the crime scene. That day marked the beginning of his direct path into the kind of predator he had the potential to become all along. In September 1968, an ordinary drive through Hollywood changed the course of an ongoing investigation before it had even begun. A man behind the wheel noticed a young girl walking along the street. She was 8-year-old Tali Shapiro, a child who lived nearby. The driver saw her speak briefly with an adult man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. The man was Rodney Alcala. He told Shapiro he knew her parents and offered her a ride to school. She hesitated at first, but eventually followed him to his car. The motorist, uneasy about what he had just witnessed, decided to follow them. The car stopped outside a Hollywood apartment building. Alcala led Shapiro inside. The bystander went directly to a nearby police officer to report what he had seen. Officers were dispatched to the address, moving quickly to the unit described. They knocked, then forced their way in. Inside, they found Shapiro on the floor. She was unconscious, brutally beaten, and lying in a pool of blood. The injuries were severe. Evidence in the room showed she had been sexually assaulted, and she had been struck repeatedly with a steel bar. Yet despite the scene in front of them, Alcala was already gone. The girl's survival was uncertain. She was rushed to the hospital and required an extended stay to recover, including weeks in a coma. The investigation began immediately, but Alcala had anticipated the arrival of police. He had left on foot before they entered. A warrant was issued for his arrest on charges including rape and attempted murder. By the time the warrant entered the system, he had vanished from the city. In the days that followed, Alcala made his way out of California entirely. He knew that remaining nearby would increase the chance of capture. Using his ability to create a convincing new persona, he began introducing himself under a different name, John Berger. With this false identity, he applied to the New York University School of the Arts. Enrollment records from the time list John Berger as a student in film and fine arts, far from his violent crimes in Los Angeles. The change in location and name effectively removed him from law enforcement's reach. Information systems between states did not link suspects as effectively as they do now, and the alias gave him space to start over. In New York, under the Berger name, Alcala presented himself as an artist and a student with ambitious goals. He kept a low profile with those who might ask questions, but was sociable enough to blend in. His manner could be attentive, even warm, when he wanted it to be. People who met him through school saw no reason to suspect a history of violence. This period shows how easily he could hide behind a crafted image when the environment allowed it. Back in California, investigators were left building a case without their suspect. They collected physical evidence from the apartment and detailed the extent of Tali Shapiro's injuries. The attack had been both calculated and brutal. leaving no doubt about the intent to cause serious harm. But criminal cases involving minors depend heavily on the child's testimony to establish certain charges. By the time Alcala was eventually found and returned to California, another obstacle had arisen. During his years as a fugitive, Tali Shapiro's family had moved to Mexico. Her parents were reluctant to have her testify in court about the attack. They made the decision not to bring her back to California for the trial. Without that direct testimony, prosecutors had to make adjustments. The absence of the primary witness meant that the most serious charges, including attempted murder and rape, could not be pursued effectively. The case was narrowed to child molestation, the strongest charge the available evidence could support. This limitation in the case had a significant impact. Though the crime had nearly ended Shapiro's life, the legal outcome did not reflect that level of violence. Alcala was convicted of the reduced charge and sentenced to just 3 years in prison. In practice, that sentence was far less than what would be expected for an attack of that severity if all charges had been secured. For the Shapiro family, the conviction did not erase the trauma. For Alcala, it reinforced what he likely already believed, that with the right circumstances, he could commit violent acts and avoid the full weight of accountability. The lighter sentence did not change the details of what had happened, but it did change the period of supervision society could impose on him. Instead of a long term in custody, Alcala had the certainty of an end date when he would be free to walk out. He did not serve the full 3 years before being released. This early release would allow him to re-enter the environment where his patterns could repeat. In a broader sense, this case highlighted the fragility of justice when key witnesses are unavailable. The legal system is built around specific steps for proving charges, and without fulfilling those steps, outcomes can fall far short of what the facts seem to demand. At the time, there was no mechanism to record and universally flag the degree of violence in a reduced charge case. His entry into offender registries noted the conviction, but not the attempted homicide. Anyone looking only at the registry could see the charge and not the full context behind it. After his release, Alcala's public record labeled him a registered sex offender, but that did not come with the level of restrictions or surveillance it might today. Parole conditions were in place, yet the monitoring practices of the 1970s were limited. This left him with enough freedom to find victims again. He had already proved he could assume a new identity and blend into public life, and he had no reason to believe those skills would fail him now. In hindsight, the Shapiro case stands as the first known incident where Alcala's capacity for extreme violence became undeniable. The decision by her parents was understandable, given the trauma and distance involved, but it also led to a conviction that did not match the harm done. While it gave the legal system its first foothold against him, it was too small to hold him for long. He served his time, met the requirements for release, and walked free. The years that followed would show that his behavior in 1968 was not an isolated act. It was the start of a pattern. The combination of opportunity, a lack of effective oversight after release, and his ability to present himself as trustworthy meant that he could offend again. And once he returned to society, it did not take long for him to do exactly that. Rodney Alcala walked out of prison in 1974 after serving just 34 months for the attack on Tali Shapiro. His release came despite the violent nature of the crime and his earlier history of assault during his military service. At that time, parole boards often leaned toward the belief that even serious offenders could be rehabilitated if given the chance. The system emphasized reintegration more than long-term containment. This meant that someone like Alcala, officially labeled a sex offender but not considered beyond reform, could be returned to the community with only limited supervision. In Alcala's case, the gap between his release date and his next offense was not measured in years. It was weeks. Less than 2 months after he was paroled, police arrested him again. This time, the victim was a 13-year-old girl identified in records as Julie J. The details of what happened to her left no question that Alcala's behavior had not changed. The attack led to another conviction and another prison sentence. Once again, the pattern showed itself. Opportunity followed by violence. For law enforcement watching this unfold, the rapid return to crime highlighted the risks of early release for high-risk individuals. But those risks did not bring about major changes in policy. The early 1970s had no comprehensive tools for tracking offenders across jurisdictions beyond basic registry listings. While Alcala's name was on the sex offender list, that designation alone did not prevent access to victims. Registers did not come with active monitoring, and parole officers managed large caseloads that limited close oversight. He served approximately 2 years for the attack on Julie J. before being paroled again in 1977. It was his second early release in less than a decade, both times following violent sexual crimes against minors, The available records from that period convey little to suggest concern from the decision-makers about him committing similar crimes once freed. The prevailing mindset still weighed the possibility of reform, with many parole boards looking for indicators like good behavior in custody rather than the underlying patterns in an offender's history. The cycle was becoming clear: arrest, conviction, prison, early release, and another offense. Every time he returned to the community, Alcala had the means and intent to find new victims, and the system in place did little to interrupt that process. Even the title of registered sex offender did not stop him. The registry was a static list with names, not an active surveillance program. Alcala could legally move in public, seek work, or travel with relatively few restrictions. And in 1970s California, there was little coordination between parole authorities and local police unless a parole violation was already suspected. Not long after his second release, his parole officer approved something unusual. Alcala was allowed to travel to New York City. This was despite his demonstrated history as a flight risk and a repeat offender. That decision widened the physical scope in which he could operate, and showed again how discretion in individual cases could override public safety considerations. By allowing him to leave the state, supervision was further weakened. Decisions like this point to the lack of coordination between different parts of the system. While local police might have been aware of his background and risk level, parole boards and officers worked within their own structures. Policies to share information more broadly or to deny travel to those with histories like Alcala's were far from standard. The allowance for out-of-state travel was not just a minor oversight. It gave him the opportunity to act without the kind of close oversight that might have existed in his home jurisdiction. Looking at the timeline makes the pattern stand out even more. He left prison in 1974. Within weeks, he assaulted Julie J. He returned to prison, served 2 years, and left again in 1977. From there, the crimes that followed would prove more severe than anything known up to that point. At each step, there was a release decision that enabled the next offense. At each step, the systems meant to protect the community underestimated his likelihood to reoffend. Police reports from his arrests show that detectives recognized the danger he posed. They had seen firsthand how quickly he returned to offending, and how serious the nature of those crimes was. But detectives did not decide parole dates, and their concerns did not always carry weight when set against policies favoring release after a portion of the sentence was served. This separation between investigative and correctional decision-making was a common feature of the era. What makes these early releases more troubling is that Alcala was not an unknown quantity by this stage. He had 2 serious convictions for crimes involving children and sexual violence. He had fled from prosecution once before, crossing the country under a false identity, and both convictions were connected to situations where victims were fortunate to have survived. Those facts, taken together, built a clear risk profile. Yet, when considered within the framework of the 1970s parole system, he remained someone who could be judged on recent behavior in a controlled prison setting rather than the full scope of his past conduct. The repeated short sentences and early release dates also speak to how violent sexual crimes against minors were sometimes handled in court at that time. Without the kind of victim cooperation needed to pursue the most severe charges, cases could be reduced. Reduced charges meant shorter sentences. Shorter sentences opened the door to parole far earlier than might be expected now. In Alcala's situation, the gaps between his offences and freedom were brief enough that there was no true break in his ability to plan for the next victim. By the time he walked free in 1977, Alcala's record already reflected a dangerous pattern, but the systems responsible for managing him treated each release as if it were an independent chance for rehabilitation. Supervision after his second release was again limited. The conditions placed on him were not enforced in ways that could significantly reduce his contact with potential victims. And while registering as a sex offender was required, information on his status was not easily accessible to the general public. The opportunity given to him in 1977 was one he would use to escalate. Freed from prison and with experience evading consequences, he was positioned to offend not just again, but more violently. Detectives would later link his activities from that year onward to some of the most brutal murders in California in the late 1970s. The speed with which he had reoffended in the past meant there was little reason to expect a slow progression, yet no intervention came. In retrospect, the years between 1974 and 1977 form a condensed study of how recurrent violent offenders could move through the justice system with minimal interruption. Every release order, every decision to allow freedom of movement, and every reliance on outdated safeguards contributed to what came next. The knowledge of what he had already done was not enough to block access to new victims. When his second parole began in 1977, it did not mark the start of a quiet reintegration. It was the beginning of the period in which his crimes would escalate in frequency and severity. California was about to enter a chapter of his story that would leave multiple families grieving and investigators piecing together a trail of bodies connected by one name. Alcala no longer had to test the boundaries of what he could get away with. He would now push them to their furthest point. California in the late 1970s was a state with busy coastal cities, growing suburbs, and remote stretches of land where people could disappear without notice. Between 1977 and 1979, that landscape became the backdrop for a series of killings that investigators would later realize were connected. Each victim's case told a story of sudden violence, sexual assault, and death. But the details also carried similarities that pointed toward one offender. Those cases would eventually reveal a pattern of escalating brutality, with Rodney Alcala at the center. The first known case in this period was discovered on November 9, 1977. Jill Terry Barcombe, 18 years old, had recently moved to Los Angeles from upstate New York. Her body was found near a dirt path off Mulholland Drive, a short distance from where people regularly stopped to take in the view. She was naked from the waist down, her knees pulled tightly to her chest. She had been sexually assaulted and beaten, with 3 bite marks visible on her right breast. Blue nylon ropes were used to strangle her, and the injuries suggested she had been attacked with significant force. At the time, detectives suspected the Hillside Strangler, an active serial case in the city, but later evidence confirmed her death had a different offender. Just over a month later, on December 16, 1977, police in Malibu responded to the apartment of Georgia Marie Wickstead. She was a 27-year-old nurse who had last been seen giving a co-worker a ride home from a bar. Inside her bedroom, she was found naked on the floor, positioned deliberately. She had been strangled with her own nylons, sexually assaulted, and her skull had been fractured. There were signs of genital mutilation after death. Forensic technicians collected a palm print from the scene and biological evidence that, decades later, would stand as critical proof against Alcala. At the time, her case was treated as an isolated attack, with no obvious link to the Barcombe murder. On June 24, 1978, the laundry room of an apartment complex in El Segundo became the scene of another discovery. Charlotte Lee Lamb, age 32, worked as a legal secretary. She had been assaulted and killed in the building where she lived. She was found lying on the floor, strangled with a shoelace, her hands pulled together behind her back. The small, enclosed space offered little privacy in daily life, yet it had been used to detain and murder her without immediate notice. DNA recovered from her body would connect to Alcala years later, and earrings found in his storage unit would be matched to her through forensic testing, providing a tangible link between victim and killer. Almost a year later, on June 13, 1979, a friend checking on 21-year-old Jill Marie Parenteau found her dead inside her Burbank apartment. She worked as a computer key-punch operator and had been absent from work without explanation. She was found naked on the bathroom floor, propped with pillows under her shoulders. She had been sexually assaulted, beaten, and strangled. Glass shards and a cut she sustained during the break-in told investigators that someone had entered through the apartment window. What they would learn much later was that Alcala had cut himself climbing in, leaving behind blood that would serve as direct physical evidence of his presence. The killing that drew the most immediate public attention came just a week later. On June 20, 1979, 12-year-old Robin Christine Samso left her Huntington Beach home for a ballet class. She never arrived. Friends told police about a man with a camera who had spoken to her on the beach earlier that day, asking to take her picture. Her disappearance launched an intensive search. 12 days later, her decomposed body was found in the foothills off Santa Anita Canyon Road. She had been beaten and raped. The condition of the remains suggested she had also been stabbed. A sketch of the man from the beach made its way to parole officers in the area, and one of them identified the man as Rodney Alcala, the same individual they supervised. This recognition became the turning point that brought Alcala into custody. These killings were committed over a span of less than 2 years. Each victim attacked in a different setting. Some were killed inside their homes, others in shared spaces like a laundry room, and one in a remote canyon. Despite differences in location, the methods carried a clear consistency. Sexual assault, combined with manual or ligature strangulation, severe blunt force trauma, and the posing of bodies after death. This pattern suggested a level of control and calculation. Victims were often positioned in deliberate ways, indicating a focus on the aftermath as much as on the act of killing itself. The variety of crime scenes complicated the investigation. Different police departments handled the cases in Los Angeles, Malibu, El Segundo, Burbank, and Huntington Beach. Without centralized communication and DNA technology still in its infancy, connecting the murders relied on comparing details between jurisdictions, details that were not always shared promptly. In the absence of a confirmed link, each murder initially stood as its own investigation. By the time forensic evidence began to close the gaps, the killings formed a timeline that revealed an offender gaining confidence. The early attacks showed the same violence, but carried less evidence tying him to the scene. Later murders, like those of Parento and Samso, left physical traces capable of identifying him, but his willingness to take risks and commit murders within weeks of each other marked his growing sense of control. Alcala appeared not only undeterred by prior arrests and prison time, but emboldened. Each release from custody had been followed by attacks of greater severity. This series also showed the level of planning involved. The victims varied in age, from a middle school student to women in their late 20s and early 30s. Yet they shared certain traits. They lived or moved in areas where Alcala could approach without drawing immediate suspicion, and he used photography as a way to initiate contact. This gave him an opening to gain brief moments of trust before acting. Law enforcement would eventually understand that these murders were not disconnected tragedies, but the work of a single offender operating across city lines. Evidence from the different cases, bite marks, ligatures, fingerprints, blood, and later DNA, came together into one prosecution narrative. The pattern they uncovered fit not just in sequence but in method, showing how specific habits and details repeated from one victim to the next. Yet, during part of this same timeline, and in the midst of the killings, Alcala made a public appearance on a televised game show. In 1978, amid the murders of Barcombe, Wickstead, and Lamb, he sat under stage lights on The Dating Game, trading scripted smiles with an audience. Once those appearances were put beside the details of his crimes, the contrast became one of the most disturbing aspects of his case. It showed how easily someone capable of such violence could step into a role meant to entertain, hiding in plain sight, while the murder scenes he left behind pointed to a very different reality. In 1978, the set of The Dating Game looked like it always did on television. Brightly lit, upbeat music, colourful panels separating the contestants. The focus was on entertainment, not danger. But away from that cheerful image, a series of violent crimes was unfolding in California. Several women were already dead, and investigators were working cases that would one day be linked together. On that day, none of that was apparent to the studio audience. They were there to watch a game show and enjoy a half hour of unscripted charm. Cheryl Bradshaw was the bachelorette in the episode that featured Rodney Alcala. Her role was to sit on one side of the divider and ask questions of the three bachelors she could not see. Their answers were supposed to help her pick one to go on a date with. As the questions started, Alcala gave responses that fit the format. Quick, slightly suggestive, and spoken with confidence. His hair was well-groomed, his clothing neat, and his voice steady under the stage lights. Each answer drew laughter or applause, as if he were exactly the type of person the show hoped contestants would be. From where Bradshaw sat, she only had his words and tone to judge. He was competing with two other men, and she interacted with each in turn. When it came time to choose, she selected Alcala. It was framed as the happy ending of the episode they were filming. The curtain would open, she would meet him face to face for the first time, and they would leave the stage as the winning pair. In the moment, it appeared like the format always did, light, easy, and harmless. The curtain opened, and they stood together for the cameras. He smiled. She offered polite conversation. But away from the set, Bradshaw's impression began to shift. She later described him as creepy, an instinctive reaction that she could not ignore. That feeling was strong enough that she refused to go on the planned date. It was a simple decision in production terms. The staff could quietly replace the date segment, but it was one that may have spared her from joining the list of women Alcala targeted. Her refusal stood out because it broke the expectation of the show. Contestants rarely turned down the date they had just won. Bradshaw's reaction did not come from knowing his record or suspecting his place in ongoing murder investigations. It came from discomfort she could not explain in precise words. A sense that something about him was wrong. Today, in interviews and dramatizations like the Netflix film Woman of the Hour, this moment is revisited as a turning point in how his public image is understood. At the time the episode was taped, Alcala had already killed at least some of the known victims from his later murder trials. Prosecutors would eventually tie him to Jill Barcombe, Georgia Wixted, and Charlotte Lamb before that taping took place. Knowing this in hindsight adds an unsettling layer to the footage. Viewers in 1978 saw a confident bachelor answering playful questions. They had no reason to think they were watching someone who, away from the studio, was capable of extreme violence. The set amplified the divide between his public face and his private actions. Under the warm glow of stage lights, with a live audience responding on cue, Alcala looked like just another contestant. His answers to Bradshaw's questions were tailored to sound entertaining. He matched the energy of a show built on first impressions. Meanwhile, outside the building, families were mourning daughters who had been found strangled, beaten, and posed after death. This contrast is part of why Alcala would later be called the dating game killer. The nickname came not just from his participation in the show, but from the fact that by the time most people learned his name, they learned it alongside the knowledge that some of his murders had already been committed before he stood on that stage. The footage became a symbol of how predators could move through public spaces without raising suspicion, even thriving under attention. Bradshaw's account of that day has stayed consistent over the years. She did not know who he was. She did not know the details of any unsolved cases. She just knew she did not want to be alone with him. That decision passed quietly at the time. The audience watching the episode as it aired had no idea that the date never happened. Outside the world of television, Alcala simply continued life as he always had, staying under the radar of investigators until stronger evidence tied him to his crimes. By the time the episode aired, the public image it presented was already out of step with Alcala's real life. In the months surrounding the taping, he had been active as a predator, selecting and killing victims across different parts of California. Watching it now, knowing that fact, changes the way the laughter in the room sounds. It changes how the smiles and casually delivered lines are interpreted. The game show setting did not just hide the danger, it gave him a stage to appear normal, even desirable. The fact that he could be there at all points to the lack of interconnected safeguards at the time. Contestants were not vetted through criminal databases, background checks were minimal, and his status as a registered sex offender was not something the average television producer could have accessed easily. The absence of those systems meant that his only challenge was to act the part, and that was something he had practiced for years. When people learned of his crimes later, the footage from this appearance became one of the most widely circulated pieces of video connected to the case. It was a striking visual, a man who had left bodies posed in apartments and remote areas, answering light-hearted dating questions on national television. That image forced many to think about how much can be hidden behind a well-presented surface. What remains unanswered is whether other murders were committed by him during the period between the game show taping and his eventual arrest in 1979. Known victims fit into the time frame before and after that day in the studio, suggesting his activity did not pause for the sake of a television appearance. It is likely that more victims from that era remain unidentified. For Bradshaw, walking away from the arranged date closed her part in the story. For investigators, the connection between Alcala and the ongoing murder cases would not be established until the disappearance of 12-year-old Robin Samsoe the following year. That case, and the identification of Alcala as the suspect through a composite sketch and parole officer recognition, would mark the beginning of his time in custody for murder. The episode lives on in archives and documentaries, but its real significance lies in what it represents. A moment when a killer could sit in front of a live audience, charm a room full of people, and walk off stage without anyone realizing they had just applauded a man already responsible for multiple deaths. The next chapter in his story would see that facade begin to crack as law enforcement closed in. On June 20th, 1979, 12-year-old Robin Samsoe set out from her Huntington Beach neighborhood to meet a friend and ride their bikes to a ballet class. She never arrived. Friends later told police about a man they had seen on the beach earlier that day. He carried a camera and had asked to take Robin's picture. The image stayed in their minds long enough to give a detailed description to investigators. When Robin did not come home, her mother reported her missing. A search began immediately, covering the beach area and surrounding neighborhoods. 12 days later, the search ended with a grim discovery. Her remains were found in a remote area near Santa Anita Canyon. The condition of the body confirmed she had been raped and murdered. The brutality of the crime made it clear to police they were dealing with someone who had killed before. A sketch artist worked with the witnesses from the beach to develop a composite drawing of the suspect. That image was distributed to local police departments and parole officers. One parole officer recognized the face. It was Rodney Alcala, a man he was supervising. Detectives already knew Alcala had a record for sexual crimes against children, and his parole status put him near the top of the suspect list. Warrants were secured, and Alcala was arrested in July, 1979. The 1980 trial focused entirely on Robin's murder. The prosecution presented the statements of the child witnesses, physical evidence, and circumstantial details tying Alcala to the scene and victim. The jury found him guilty in May, and by June, he had been sentenced to death. For the Samsoy family, the conviction represented justice, but the legal fight was only beginning. In 1984, the California Supreme Court overturned the conviction. The justices ruled that the trial court had improperly allowed the jury to hear about Alcala's prior sexual offences. That disclosure, according to the court, could have influenced the verdict unfairly. It was a decision based on legal standards, but for Robin's family, it meant starting over and facing a second trial. The retrial took place in 1986. Prosecutors omitted mention of the earlier crimes, focusing solely on the Samso case. Once again, the jury returned a guilty verdict, and once again, Alcala was sentenced to death. This time, the conviction was upheld by the California Supreme Court in 1992, but Alcala continued to file appeals, now in the federal court system. In 2001, a federal district court judge overturned the second conviction. The decision cited issues with the trial, including the handling of a witness. Alcala's defense had argued that a park ranger who discovered Robin's remains had been hypnotized by police investigators and that a supporting witness was improperly excluded. The judge agreed the exclusion had impacted Alcala's ability to challenge the evidence. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the decision in 2003. That meant a third trial would be required. For Robin's family, it had been over 2 decades since her death. Yet they were still sitting in courtrooms, listening to testimony about her final day. Each reversal pulled them back into the details of the crime. In the same year, while preparing for the new trial, Orange County investigators reviewed evidence from past unsolved murders in Los Angeles. DNA testing technology had advanced since the late 1970s, and samples stored for decades could now be analyzed with precision. The results were decisive. Semen recovered from the murder scenes of Georgia Wickstead and Charlotte Lamb matched Alcala. Further testing linked him to Jill Barcombe and Jill Parento. These connections placed Alcala at 4 more murder scenes, spanning from 1977 to 1979. The evidence transformed the scope of the case. No longer was Alcala on trial for a single murder. Prosecutors now had physical proof, tying him to multiple killings. In 2003, he was indicted for the murders of all 4 women. The prosecution moved to consolidate these new charges with the Robin Samso case, bringing all 5 murders into a single trial. Alcala's defense contested the consolidation, arguing it would be prejudicial to try all the murders together. The California Supreme Court eventually ruled in favor of the prosecution in 2006. That decision allowed the jury in the upcoming trial to hear the full extent of the charges against him. It was a significant advantage for the state, making it harder for the defense to portray Robin's murder as an isolated incident. The third trial began in February 2010. This time, Alcala chose to represent himself. Dressed in a suit, he asked questions of witnesses from the defense table and, at times, questioned himself on the stand, addressing himself as Mr. Alcala. The defense he offered was unusual but consistent with his long history of controlling his own narrative. Prosecutors presented the DNA matches, witness identifications, and physical evidence from the crime scenes. They described similarities in the murders: sexual assault, strangulation, blunt force trauma, and the posing of victims. The consistency across the cases painted a clear picture of one offender. Forensic evidence, unlike eyewitness testimony, could not be influenced by the passage of decades. The jury deliberated on all 5 murders: Robin Samso, Jill Barcombe, Georgia Wickstead, Charlotte Lamb, and Jill Parento. They returned guilty verdicts on each count. The penalty phase followed, and once again, the sentence was death. After 3 trials, spanning 30 years, the verdict finally stood without immediate reversal. For the families of the women, it was an outcome that came after prolonged delays, legal setbacks, and repeated exposure to the details of the killings. The 2010 convictions marked a definitive moment in the case. DNA evidence had not only secured the verdict for Robin Samso's murder, but had also resolved 4 additional cold cases. It demonstrated how advancements in forensic science could break through legal stalemates. The same man who had walked free after early parole decades earlier was now convicted of 5 murders through a combination of witness recollection and irrefutable genetic evidence. For the families, justice had been measured not in months or years, but in decades. Each trial, each appeal, and each overturned conviction meant reopening grief. The legal system's complexity had extended the process far beyond what anyone could have expected in 1979. Yet by 2010, technology ensured that the story did not end with 5 victims. DNA had already shown it could unlock more answers. Investigators were prepared to test evidence from other unsolved cases around the country, knowing that Alcala's history likely went beyond those that had come to trial. This development would take the case from a California courtroom to a national investigation, with photographs and forensic links raising the possibility of many more victims still waiting to be identified. In the early 2000s, advances in DNA technology created new opportunities for investigators to take another look at unsolved crimes. Testing methods had improved to the point where evidence collected decades earlier could still yield a clear genetic profile. For cases tied to Rodney Alcala, this improvement would change the landscape entirely. Orange County investigators knew that biological evidence had been preserved from multiple murder scenes, even if it had not been useful at the time. Now, they could compare those samples against Alcala's DNA with far greater accuracy than in the late 1970s. The first breakthrough came when samples taken from the murder scene of Georgia Wickstead were tested. The DNA matched Alcala. It was a match that left little room for doubt and confirmed what some detectives had suspected for years. The success in that case led investigators to test evidence from other unsolved murders in California with a similar pattern. That effort brought another match, this time to Charlotte Lamb. Further testing linked him to Jill Barcombe and later to Jill Parento. 4 murders in total were now tied to Alcala through DNA. In addition to his known connection to Robin Samso's killing, this evidence provided the prosecution with something they had never had before: science-based, indisputable proof that linked Alcala to a series of victims. In criminal trials, DNA evidence carries exceptional weight because it reduces the likelihood of mistaken identity. Unlike eyewitness testimony, which can fade or become less reliable over time, DNA remains a fixed point of reference. In these cases, it turned long-standing suspicions into proven fact. The Orange County District Attorney's Office saw the strategic value in bringing all 5 murder charges: Robin Samso, Jill Barcombe, Georgia Wickstead, Charlotte Lamb, and Jill Parento into one trial. 4 of the murders had DNA matches, and those matches created a foundation for the entire case. Even if the defense managed to create doubt about one, the combined strength of the others would support the overall narrative. Prosecutors knew that trying them together would help the jury see the pattern clearly: sexual assault, strangulation, posing of bodies, and the specific way victims were selected. The decision to consolidate the charges was challenged by Alcala's defense team, who argued that trying all 5 together would prejudice the jury. But by 2006, the California Supreme Court ruled in favor of the prosecution. For the first time, a jury would hear about all 5 murders in the same courtroom, supported by forensic evidence that was far stronger than anything available in previous trials. It was a legal strategy that relied heavily on those early 2000s advancements in DNA testing. Once these California cases were secured, investigators began to consider where else Alcala might have operated. His movements in the 1970s and 1980s were not confined to California. He had lived in New York for a period and traveled across the country under both his real name and aliases. Given the similarities in victim profiles and methods, it was reasonable to suspect he might have killed outside California as well. Using national databases that compared DNA profiles from unsolved crimes, authorities looked for matches to samples collected in other states. New York officials soon came forward with cases that matched Alcala's genetic profile. At least 2 murders from the 1970s. Cornelia Crilly, a flight attendant found strangled in her Manhattan apartment in 1971, and Ellen Jane Hover, a socialite who disappeared in 1977, were linked directly to him. In both cases, Alcala had been in the area, and now DNA connected him to the scenes decades after the crimes were committed. These developments showed the value of multi-jurisdictional cooperation. California investigators had no authority to prosecute crimes committed in New York, and vice versa. But sharing DNA results and collaborating on case details allowed each state to build a stronger picture of Alcala's overall activity. The links also confirmed something law enforcement had long suspected, that Alcala's crimes stretched far beyond the cases already documented. The ability to get a conclusive DNA result from samples that had been stored for 20, 30, or even more years was a direct outcome of better extraction techniques and improved testing sensitivity. In the years after these crimes took place, forensic labs had developed processes to work with degraded or minimal samples that would have been considered unusable in the past. Items from the original investigations, clothing, ligatures, biological swabs, were re-examined with this new technology. Crime scene evidence that had been archived for decades now yielded matches that no one could dispute. For the families of the victims, these matches brought answers they had been waiting for. in some cases for almost half a lifetime. While nothing could undo the loss, the identification of a suspect, backed by science, provided finality that earlier investigations had failed to deliver. For prosecutors, the impact was straightforward. DNA ended arguments about who was responsible. Instead of competing theories or reliance on circumstantial links, they could place Alcala at the crime scenes with certainty. In the courtroom, the presence of DNA evidence also limited the defense's ability to weaken the case. Jurors tend to see DNA as clear and definitive. When presented properly, it leaves little space for alternative explanations. In Alcala's trials, the prosecutors used this to their advantage, making the DNA matches a key part of their narrative in showing the consistent pattern of his crimes. The defense could point to procedural issues or try to cast doubt on the chain of custody, but the science itself was difficult to refute. The Alcala case also became a clear example of why careful preservation of crime scene evidence is critical. In the 1970s, storing swabs, clothing, or ligatures from a murder case for decades may have seemed routine, even without knowing the technology that would come later. But in these murders, that saved evidence was exactly what allowed the cold cases to be solved. It highlighted an important point for law enforcement everywhere. Evidence from violent crimes should be kept as long as possible, because future advances could turn old questions into answered ones. Forensic scientists involved in the testing pointed out that many of the samples were small and degraded after decades in storage. Yet, the improved testing methods still produced clear profiles. This was due to both the advances in technology and the meticulous chain of custody protocols that ensured the evidence could still be used in court without challenge. These combined factors allowed what was once speculation about Alcala's involvement to become hard fact. By the time the California trial in 2010 began, DNA had not only connected him to the 4 additional murders there, but it had also laid groundwork for prosecutors in New York to move forward years later. The science had taken a case once centered on a single victim and expanded it to a cross-country series of murders committed over years. For the jury, hearing that kind of evidence across multiple cases made it nearly impossible to see the deaths as isolated events. In the end, DNA had turned what had once been a set of suspicions based on patterns into a documented series of murders backed by physical proof. The courtroom wins in California, and the charges prepared by New York prosecutors were both built on that foundation. The science left no reasonable doubt as to his guilt in those cases, establishing the kind of certainty that earlier generations of investigators could only hope for. While the trials focused on the known victims, the DNA matches also prompted investigators to consider how many more cases might still be connected. Alcala's movements during those years were not fully documented, and the known murders may only have been part of his total crimes. That question became even more pressing after authorities searched his storage unit and found something unexpected: a vast collection of photographs of unidentified women, teenagers, and children taken over the same period as his known attacks. In March 2010, investigators in Huntington Beach and New York City made public a set of photographs taken by Rodney Alcala. They released 120 images in the hope that someone would recognize the women, teenagers, or children in them. Each image was taken by Alcala, who often posed as a photographer offering professional portraits. The pictures varied. Some resembled standard headshots or casual portraits, while others were explicit. Behind that public release was a much larger collection. Authorities had found more than 1,000 photographs in total, with around 900 kept from the public because they were sexually explicit. Those withheld images included women, teen girls, and boys, an indication of the range of people Alcala targeted for his photography. The public response to the release came quickly. Within weeks, 21 women contacted police to say they were in the photographs. 6 families reached out because they believed one of the subjects was a missing loved one. This was exactly the kind of response investigators had hoped for. Each lead represented a chance to match an image to a cold case or a missing persons report. Many of these people had been missing for years, with families still searching for answers. While most of the identified individuals were alive, the potential that some of the unknown subjects were victims kept the investigation active. The release also made clear just how far Alcala's activities might have extended. His confirmed murders were spread across California and New York, and his known movements placed him in multiple other states. The idea that the faces in those photos could be tied to cases in many jurisdictions became a key point for law enforcement. Agencies in California, New York, Washington, Arizona, and New Hampshire were all involved in reviewing old files and comparing them to the photo set. By 2013, no definitive matches between the released images and missing persons cases had been confirmed in public records. But the investigation did not end. Detectives kept the photographs posted on law enforcement websites, inviting the public to review them. Cold case units across different states continued to use the images as reference points when looking at unidentified human remains or unsolved disappearances from the time period when Alcala was active. One match did eventually lead to a murder charge. In 2015, tissue samples from remains found in 1982 near Granger, Wyoming, were identified as Christine Ruth Thornton through DNA from her relatives. Thornton had last been seen in 1977 hitchhiking across the country while 6 months pregnant. When her body was first found, it could not be connected to a missing person, and her case went cold. After the identification, investigators realized that she appeared in one of Alcala's photographs. The photograph of Thornton showed her in a setting consistent with other portraits taken by Alcala. In 2016, prosecutors in Wyoming charged him with her murder. Alcala admitted to taking her picture but denied killing her. At 73 years old, his health had deteriorated to the point that officials said he was too ill to be moved from California to face trial in Wyoming. The charge remained, but without his transfer, the case against him for Thornton's death could not proceed to court. Even without a trial, the discovery tied him to another confirmed victim outside the previously known cases. The release of the photos also widened the scope of possible investigations in other states. In 2010, Seattle police named Alcala as a person of interest in several unsolved murders, including the 1977 deaths of Joyce Gaunt and Antoinette Jean Whitaker. He had rented a storage locker in the area in 1979, and inside, investigators found jewelry belonging to 2 of his California victims. This confirmed that he had moved through the Pacific Northwest during the same period as those unsolved crimes. In addition to personal items, the photographs themselves showed the range of individuals Alcala approached. Some appeared to be in their 20s or 30s. Others were in their teens, and some were even younger. Given his history, investigators feared that some of these subjects might have been attacked shortly after the photos were taken. The uncertainty over their identities meant those fears could not be ruled out. The process of identifying people in the photographs was complicated. Many of the images were decades old. Hairstyles, clothing styles, and backgrounds provided only general clues to when and where they were taken. If a subject never reported contact with Alcala, or if no one recognized them, there was little that could be done beyond keeping the photo on file. Law enforcement had to rely on the chance that a family member, friend, or the subjects themselves might see the images online or in news coverage. While the public release helped to identify some people who were still alive, it also raised the possibility that dozens more victims have not yet been connected to Alcala. Investigators believe the total number of his victims may be far higher than the 7 murders he was convicted of in California and New York. The photographs are one of the clearest pieces of evidence suggesting that his pattern of targeting women and children spanned a much wider area and time frame than previously proven in court. What made the collection so concerning was not just the sheer number of images, but also how they mirrored his known criminal methods. In several confirmed murder cases, contact began with photography. Approaching strangers with a camera gave him a way to start conversations, build brief trust, and invite them into secluded settings. The photos represented opportunities, moments where someone was already alone with him. The 900 explicit photographs withheld from public release were kept in police files, viewed only by investigators. These images, by their nature, were less likely to result in public identifications, but offered their own investigative value. If law enforcement could tie a subject or background detail to a specific location or missing person, it could serve as supporting evidence in cold cases. For the families of missing persons, the photographs created a difficult choice. Looking through them could mean confronting the possibility of seeing a loved one in a setting linked to a known killer. For some, that possibility was outweighed by the need to know. For others, it was too difficult to consider. The effort to identify everyone in Alcala's photo collection remains ongoing. Digital archives continue to host the 120 released images, and tips still come in periodically. While most are dead ends, some have confirmed the identities of surviving subjects. Each confirmation removes one name from the list of potential victims, but many more remain without answers. In the years after the release, cold case detectives have said the photographs help keep attention on the open questions about Alcala's full victim count. Even as legal proceedings ended in California and New York, the investigation into the unidentified subjects has not closed. These faces represent people who crossed paths with him and may never have been accounted for in official records. The sheer volume of photographs, paired with what is already known about his confirmed murders, points to a much larger story, one that may never be fully uncovered. The collection serves as both a record of his predatory reach and a reminder of the gaps that still exist in understanding it. By the end of his court cases, the photographs stood as physical proof that his crimes might extend well beyond those convictions. And as his health declined, the priority for many investigators shifted from prosecution to identification, putting names to the faces he captured on film before the chance to connect them to unsolved crimes was lost forever. For Alcala, the final years of life would be spent under constant supervision in prison, but for the people working those cases, the search for answers around those images continued. For the last decade of his life, Rodney Alcala remained on death row at California State Prison, Corcoran. His cell was part of a section reserved for prisoners sentenced to die, but like many in California, his execution date was never scheduled. The state's death penalty system often meant that inmates stayed in prison for decades, while appeals and legal challenges moved slowly through the courts. Alcala's case was no exception. By the time his 2010 convictions were finalized, he was already in his late 60s, and his opportunities to leave prison would only come in the form of court hearings. In 2012, he was extradited to New York to face charges in 2 cases from the 1970s. These murders, Cornelia Crilly in 1971 and Ellen Jane Hoover in 1977, had both gone unsolved for decades until DNA evidence linked him to each. New York prosecutors built their case with the same kind of forensic proof used in his California trial, leaving little room for him to dispute the charges. Alcala chose not to fight them. He entered guilty pleas for both murders, accepting an additional sentence of 25 years to life in prison that would run alongside his death sentence in California. For the families in New York, the plea meant they finally had a conviction, even if it came almost 40 years after the crimes. After the New York proceedings, Alcala was returned to California. His return was not the end of courtroom developments. Cold case work continued in other states, and in 2016, Wyoming took the step of formally charging him with the 1977 murder of Christine Ruth Thornton. Thornton's remains had been found in 1982 by a rancher, but she remained unidentified until DNA from her family confirmed who she was. Decades later, investigators discovered that she appeared in one of the photographs found in Alcala's storage unit. This was enough to bring a murder charge. Prosecutors in Wyoming planned to try him, but by then Alcala's health had deteriorated significantly. Reports described him as frail and unable to walk without assistance. Medical evaluations concluded that he was too ill to be transported from California to Wyoming for trial. The charge remained in place, but without his transfer, the case could not move forward. For Thornton's family, it was a frustrating reality. There was strong evidence, a formal accusation, but no trial to deliver a verdict. Life on death row for Alcala followed the routine of long-term incarceration. He was isolated from the general prison population. With limited recreational time and contact, visits were restricted and monitored, and much of his day was spent inside his cell. As the years passed, his physical condition continued to decline. Inmates in the aging prison population often face chronic illnesses, and Alcala was no exception. He suffered from multiple health issues, and by 2021, his time in the infirmary increased. On July 24, 2021, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation announced that Rodney Alcala had died at the age of 77. The cause was listed as natural, specifically a heart attack. He was pronounced dead at a hospital in Kings County after being transferred there from the prison. His death meant he would never face the Wyoming court, and no further trials would be possible. For the families of his known victims, this was the end of any legal process connected to his life. Yet his passing did not close the investigations tied to him. Law enforcement agencies in California, New York, Wyoming, and other states continued to review unsolved cases from the periods when he was active. The photographs that had been released to the public in 2010 remained online, and tips still arrived from people attempting to identify the subjects. In some cases, investigators re-examined cold files to see if any details matched the settings, clothing, or objects seen in his collection. Shortly after his death, more accounts surfaced from women who believed they had been targeted by Alcala but survived. One of these came from Morgan Rowan, who said she was assaulted by Alcala in 1968 when she was 16. Her account placed her as an early victim, before his known murders, and added more weight to the theory that his pattern of violence began years before police were aware of him. Media coverage of his death was widespread. The Associated Press and other outlets summarized the major points of his case, focusing on the chilling contrast between his appearance on the dating game and his history as a serial killer. The nickname "Dating Game Killer" appeared in headlines, ensuring that the association between his public charm and private brutality would remain part of his legacy. For many readers, especially those learning of the case for the first time. The nickname served as an entry point into a larger conversation about how outward appearances can hide dangerous behavior. His story also reached new audiences through dramatizations and documentaries. The Netflix film Woman of the Hour, directed by Anna Kendrick, included scenes portraying his appearance on the dating game during the active period of his murders. The choice to structure the film around different women's experiences highlighted the predatory nature of his crimes, while showing how various incidents fit into his timeline. Such portrayals kept his case in public discussion even after his death, framing it as both a true crime story and a cautionary example. For investigators, his death changed the nature of ongoing work. Without the possibility of questioning him directly, their focus remained on closing cases through evidence. Advances in DNA and forensic genealogy meant some of the photographs and unsolved cases could still produce results. For families of possible victims, each new technology created a chance, however small, that their case could be matched to him. The fact that Alcala died without fully accounting for all his crimes left many questions unanswered. The exact number of victims remains unknown. Estimates vary, but based on his confirmed murders, suspected cases, and the volume of photographs, it is possible that the true total is far higher than what could be proven in court. This uncertainty is part of why his file remains active in multiple jurisdictions. Even without a living suspect to bring into court, law enforcement often continues to pursue such cases for the sake of historical record and family closure. A confirmed match can correct death certificates, update missing persons databases, and, in some cases, return the remains of an identified victim to family members. In Alcala's case, each identification also builds a clearer picture of his movements and methods, which can assist in solving unrelated cases with similar patterns. Rodney Alcala's physical life ended in a hospital bed, far from the places where his crimes occurred. His death closed the door on the possibility of further confessions or courtroom testimony, but it did not erase the evidence left behind, nor did it end the attention given to his case. For the families of those he killed, and for those still searching for answers, the work continues. Even years after his death, his name remains linked to case files, cold case boards, and lab requests. In that way, his story outlived him. The man capable of blending into a crowd, of winning a spot on national television, and of carrying out calculated acts of violence is gone. What remains is the task of putting names to faces, closing open files, and understanding the full extent of what he did. And as long as those questions remain, Rodney Alcala's case will not truly be closed. Welcome back again. Before we start, please like and comment down below what time it is right now wherever you are. Let's get to it. On a cold November morning in 1970, a father and his two young daughters were hiking in Norway's Death Valley. They noticed a strange burnt smell drifting through the air and, within minutes, stumbled onto a sight that would haunt investigators for decades. The charred remains of a woman, surrounded by carefully arranged personal belongings with every identifying mark removed. Who was she? And why did someone want all traces of her erased? This is where the mystery begins. The day had started simply enough. A father, joined by his two young daughters, set out for a walk into a rugged Norwegian valley notorious for its steep slopes and occasional accidents. The place was dotted with bare rock and thin stretches of path, a landscape where the quiet could stretch for hours without interruption. The three of them followed their route, as many hikers did, expecting the most excitement to come from a sudden scenic view or perhaps a change in the weather. But before long, something shifted the tone of their trip. The air carried with it a smell that didn't fit. At first, it was faint, drifting through like a trace of smoke caught on the wind. It resembled the sharp scent of firewood burned too long, yet it lacked the clean crackle of a distant campfire. The longer they breathed it in, the more unpleasant it became, until even the children noticed that this was no simple whiff of brush fire. Curiosity and unease drew them onward. Climbing higher, they saw shades on the rocks ahead that looked darker than the usual stone. Around the bends of the valley, the smell strengthened, and thin wisps of smoke seemed to rise from spots where nothing should have been smouldering. They must have felt the tug of uncertainty in their stomachs. This was, after all, a place known for danger, though rarely of this kind. Any family wandering there hoped to leave with a story of endurance or scenery, not unease. Yet every step made it harder to dismiss the sensation that they had stumbled onto something unusual. As they neared the source, the scene began to sharpen into view. The rocks blackened with soot. Charred patches scarred the slope as though a fire had been set among them. And then their eyes fell upon something far worse. At the center of it was a figure, unrecognizable at first in the mix of scorched fabric and twisted form. Soon, it became undeniable. They were looking at a body, or what remained of one, partly destroyed by flame. The edges of clothing clung to the figure, singed and collapsing against the skin. Though much of the surface was burned, the outline still held the human shape that announced, without doubt, that someone had died here recently. The shock of the discovery would be indescribable to anyone not forced into such proximity to death. For the daughters, young and unprepared, the image must have struck hardest, sticking in memory far longer than anything else that morning. For their father, the recognition came swiftly and terribly that this was no natural accident displayed among the rocks, but a nightmare brought into their hike. In the quietness of the mountainside, screams or exclamations would have sounded out of place, but the gravity must have pressed heavily on them. Gone was the innocence of their walk. In its place lay the horrible truth that an ordinary morning can break apart into something unforgettable within a matter of seconds. What gave the encounter an even sharper edge was the sheer strangeness of the body's placement. Norway's valleys carried with them the dangers of cold, of slips from high ridges, of being caught far from help. Death, when it came in such wild spaces, usually bore signs of natural misfortune or weather. Yet here was evidence of fire, deliberate and isolated, burning not the landscape, but a person. Unlike a lightning strike that scorches the alpine forest, or a hiker's cooking fire gone wrong, this blaze had left its mark only on the victim and the rock where they lay. It betrayed a purpose, an act that didn't belong in the quiet isolation of the wilderness, but in some more chilling context. The family's sense of unease deepened as they glanced at the ground around the remains. Objects lay scattered, each resisting simple explanation. There were fragments of bottles, scraps of clothing, and other personal effects. None were neat, yet none were random either, as though the final moments of this person had been surrounded by an intentional arrangement. It would have been hard, in those first minutes, to sort accident from design, but the pile of things told a story the father knew immediately wasn't natural. The grip of horror around them was not only about facing mortality, but seeing it dressed with such strange details. The rims of the bottles caught the light, glanced back at the observers, and seemed to suggest a hand had chosen to leave them there. Clothing fibers clung to the pieces of ground nearby. An umbrella was present, oddly placed against the rock, burdened with the same smoke-stained surface. The ordinary symbols of daily life, hats, bottles, bags, turned into a backdrop for human destruction. Nothing about the image matched the expectation for such a quiet mountain hike, and that mismatch generated the most powerful reaction. Confronted with this, the family's next decisions were instinctive. To linger there, feet from a corpse still radiating signs of fire's destruction, was unbearable. The father guided his daughters away from the immediate site, rushing back far enough to gain composure. Yet, the responsibility remained. This was a crime rather than an incident, perhaps, and even if it wasn't, it needed to be reported now. Retracing their steps, emotions tangled between panic and disbelief, they left the mountainside behind and sought out help. In those minutes of retreat, the event shifted from private nightmare to public case. Once word reached the authorities, the mountains of Bergen would no longer simply be a place of outdoor danger. They became the stage for one of the most puzzling, unsolved cases in Norwegian history. The father, trying to reconcile the day's outing with its grim end, could scarcely have imagined the decades of speculation that scene would ignite. For the children, the valley's identity transformed forever. It was no longer just the place locals warned about due to natural hazards. It became the site where something inexplicable and dark took flesh and flame. Ultimately, what they had uncovered was not a simple case of exposure or a misstep from the heights. The scattered belongings and the unusual patterns of burning ensured the situation was layered in questions that couldn't be shaken away with easy narratives. In that realization, a line was drawn. This was the beginning, not the conclusion. It was an entry point into something bigger than any of them could understand at that instant. By the time police arrived on the scene, the air still carried the acrid scent. The rocks were scorched, the body remained sprawled in its unnatural position, and the fragments of items were waiting to be catalogued. What officers saw that day would leave them unsettled from the first glance, forcing them to admit it wasn't the kind of death they had been expecting to confront in the valley. Their investigation, from the very first steps, was marked by unease, a sense that the answers would not come easily, no matter how carefully they worked to piece it together. When the authorities arrived at the mountainside, they expected something within the ordinary range of misfortune: a hiker losing their footing, an accident with a campfire, or perhaps a desperate choice made alone in a remote place. Cases like that did not require much imagination, but the scene before them was something altogether stranger. The woman lay stretched across sharp stone, her body tilted against the slope. The front of her body, including her clothing, was badly burned, blackened and broken by fire, but her back told a different story. Intact, largely untouched by the flames, it created a jarring contrast. It was as if fire had been invited to attack only one side of her, chosen deliberately rather than spreading naturally as flames usually do. Around her was a scattering of objects that demanded attention. A fur hat, simple in shape, sat nearby. Glass bottles, some broken, others still whole, were scattered within arm's reach. There was an umbrella, its ribs twisted and dark, lying out in the open where no one would normally leave it. Pieces of clothing were also present, oddly placed, as if set down or arranged rather than dropped in panic. Investigators quickly sensed that this distribution was not what you would expect at the aftermath of a desperate escape from flames or a fall through rugged ground. The objects seemed too quiet, too deliberate, positioned in ways that tested the idea of coincidence. Then the closer examinations began. One officer picked up a bottle, looking for a label that might explain its contents or at least mark its origin. But every place where a label should have been was scraped away, scored with marks or cut off entirely. The same went for the clothing. Any brand tag, stitching detail, or fabric identifier had vanished. Even the umbrellas and personal effects had similar treatment. It was as if someone had taken great care to remove every single mark that could attach these things to a store, a city, or a country. Anything that might draw a clean line toward who this woman was and where she came from had been carefully erased. That detail unsettled the investigators, perhaps more than the fire itself. If this were a hiker who lost her way, or someone who ended her own life away from others, why would every trace of identification be deliberately removed? Why would possessions be neatly stripped of all context? One can imagine officers staring at the items, moving them aside, double-checking, all in vain. Each discovery confirmed the same pattern. This was not the chaos of ordinary life ending in sudden death. It carried the marks of an intentional erasure, the kind of act that suggested planning before those last hours in the valley. When spoken about years later, those who first came to the site remembered the uneasy tidiness of it all. The figure on the stone, the possessions arranged in a loose ring, the intentional stripping of labels, it unsettled them because it crossed into the territory of ritual or staging. Someone had gone to the trouble of setting this moment up in a way that resisted recognition. It was not only about ending a life, but about removing connections to an identity. The more they studied it, the further it pulled the case from anything accidental. The visual itself told a contradictory story. On one hand, there was fire, brutality, evidence of pain, a destruction that reduced life down to ash and smoke. On the other hand, there was a quiet trace of order, items placed, identity controlled, details obscured. The two side by side painted a picture of someone who had not simply fallen victim to chance. Some force, whether of her own making or another's, had acted to scrub clean the record of who she was. As questions built, so did speculation. Was it possible that she herself had removed these markings, anticipating her death and wishing to die without name? Or had another party arranged the scene after death, seeking to guarantee that police, family, or anyone else would be cut off from simple answers? Neither explanation fit smoothly, yet both lingered alike. Aside from the lifeless body, eliminating traces of identity was the strongest evidence left behind. Such deliberate effort rarely exists without purpose. For officers, the weight of this realization came quickly. Paperwork on simple suicides can be written within hours. Hiking tragedies in remote terrain are sad, but bureaucratically straightforward. But this scene struck them immediately as something that would not fit into any standard report. Their instincts told them that they were standing at the beginning of a case that would resist solution. One could not simply mark this down as another accidental fire in the valley. Something about this was different, and it was going to remain that way. Even in the presence of colleagues and within a shared professional culture where unspoken details are often left aside, the site still had power. Each investigator likely felt it personally. The strange precision of the erased marks meant someone had worked ahead of time. And if there was thought and preparation before death, then the event could not be explained away as random tragedy. What they stood over, on that stony slope, looked far closer to a puzzle constructed to mislead. By the end of the first day's observations, they had already compiled a list of contradictions: fire that destroyed only part of a body, possessions spread out but never truly random, identifying information carved away, cut, or burned off, all blended into a tableau that carried its own logic, but not one easy for police to enter. Who had this woman been? Why strip herself, or be stripped, of association to countries, to stores, to anyone who might vouch for her? One point was quickly agreed upon. She was not a passer-by of the ordinary kind. Standing over her, the case shifted tone before their eyes. No longer the simple tragedy they assumed. This was now a mystery dense with intention. No one could say who had arranged it or why, but all agreed that from this point forward, easy answers were gone. Yet if the scene raised questions, the body itself held even more. The act of burning appeared precise, the possessions scrubbed, but what lay inside, hidden from view, would unsettle them even further. The forensic team brought the body down from the mountainside and into the city for careful examination. On the table, stripped of the strange backdrop of burned rock and scattered objects, the details came into sharper focus. The injuries, the substances in her system, the condition of her organs, all offered more clarity than the quiet staging of the scene in the valley. And yet, instead of simplifying the case, the autopsy only deepened the questions. The first findings came from her blood work. Doctors detected an unusually high level of a drug called phenobarbital, a barbiturate commonly prescribed as a sedative or sleeping pill. Not just traces, the concentration in her body was extreme, in the toxic range, more than enough to incapacitate her, even before the fire. Alongside this, fragments of undigested tablets were discovered in her stomach, undissolved at the time of her death. By counting the residue, officials estimated between 50 and 70 could have been consumed. An extraordinary number for any person, whether intentionally taken or forced. More still were found scattered around her body on the rocks in Bergen's Death Valley, as if dropped or discarded right at the end. That detail alone sparked debate. If she had taken so many pills voluntarily, why would unused tablets be placed or left just beside her? And if someone else administered them, was it done against her will or carried out in stages? To complicate matters, the experts did not find one clean pattern of overdose. Instead, they found evidence that actions beyond the pills had taken place during her final moments. Soot was discovered inside her lungs and windpipe. That single clue carried heavy weight. For soot to be inhaled, a person must still be alive and breathing, while flames exist around them. It meant that, regardless of the amount of sedative in her system, she had not died before the fire reached her. At some point, she lay conscious enough, or at least alive enough, to draw smoke deep into her chest. Such evidence excluded the possibility of her being set alight after death. Whoever she was, she had been alive while fire consumed her body. Other marks on her body added to the disturbing picture. Inspectors noticed bruises around her neck and signs of pressure consistent with either a hard fall or being struck. This did not look like the self-inflicted collapse of overdose alone. There was trauma prior to or during the fire, suggesting another layer of violence. Forensic professionals of the time made records of abrasions and unusual indentations in the soft tissue. Even today, those details are debated by scholars and enthusiasts trying to reconstruct the timeline. The mix of pills, soot, and bruises created a contradiction that resisted any single explanation. Was she poisoned on purpose and then set alight to destroy evidence? Did she consume the medication on her own, retreat into the valley, and then attempt to end her life by fire? Or was there a blend of both, where someone orchestrated her final hours to appear as suicide while ensuring she could never be traced? Each interpretation seemed to answer one piece of evidence while conflicting with another. One important lead came not from the drugs or the bruises, but from her teeth. Dentists examining her mouth found that her dental work did not match what was common in Norway. The fillings and techniques used to repair cavities appeared to follow methods practiced in continental Europe at the time. Materials and styles suggested she had received care in several different places, likely Germany or surrounding countries. It was unusual enough that the detail became part of her overall profile, one that signaled travel outside Norway and possibly across multiple borders. At the time, dental history was a strong tool for hinting at nationality, since practices varied widely between regions. While the discovery could not provide a direct name, it did give direction. This was a woman with a past that crossed borders, someone unlikely to have been just a local wanderer. Those working the case began to piece together the picture of an individual whose movements and identity stretched beyond the country's limits. Combined, the autopsy findings pointed away from any natural or predictable resolution. A simple accident would not feature vast amounts of barbiturates alongside soot-filled lungs. A straightforward suicide did not account for bruises, nor for the removal of identity markers found with her belongings. And random foul play rarely carried such erasure of evidence ahead of time. The more the doctors presented their conclusions, the The more the investigators realized they were dealing with a person whose end could not be separated from intention. The official paperwork tried to settle on answers, but the implications refused to align. Long reports noted that the blend of pills could support an overdose. At the same time, the soot proved fire had been active when she lived, and the bruises pointed toward violence, not just collapse. Matching these details together was like trying to assemble a puzzle from several different boxes, none of which quite fit. In the months that passed, the photographs of her burned body were filed away in archives, but the contradictions remained with the officers who first saw them. Long after, they recalled how the autopsy suggested anything but closure. These were not details that repeated expected accidents of mountaineering or the common traces of despair. They were marks instead of overlapping fates: sedation, violence, fire, and intentional concealment of identity. If she had planned her own end, the effort to erase identifying information was extraordinary, even obsessive. If someone else had taken her life, that same erasure worked as a protective shield, cutting off leads for anyone looking to connect her body back to a community or a family. Either way, the attempt to remove her from recognition had been carefully done. The case was thus transformed not just from a local tragedy to a matter of significance that stretched beyond the country's borders. What the autopsy made clear above all else was that this was not random. The medications, the signs of breathing during fire, the bruising of the neck, and the distinct dental work combined into a profile of complexity. They suggested someone with a history shaped abroad, whose last days carried signs of calculation rather than chance. For investigators, the clean mountain air where she was found now hid the shadow of something hidden, prepared, and executed with purpose. But the story of her past was not left to medical charts alone. Beyond the body, another startling discovery waited. In the days after she was found, a connection surfaced that would take investigators away from the mountainside. It began at a railway station in Bergen, where two ordinary suitcases revealed the shadow of a double life. 3 days after the body was discovered in Death Valley, investigators at Bergen's main railway station received word of 2 abandoned suitcases. The luggage appeared unremarkable at first. In a busy station, with passengers constantly moving across Scandinavia and continental Europe, misplaced belongings weren't unusual. But as officers pried them open, it became clear these cases were not simply forgotten. Each bag carried items that linked directly to the mystery woman, and each detail inside seemed chosen to complicate, not clarify, who she was. The first case held clothing, different styles and sizes, all of which looked well maintained. Yet the tags, just like those near the body in the valley, were carefully removed. Every brand name had been either cut out completely or filed down with care, leaving blank cloth edges or jagged threads where a label should have been. To an untrained eye, these might look like travel clothes, but to the police they spoke of intention. She had gone through the trouble of stripping any object that could connect her to a store, a city, or a country. Beside the clothing were personal items like makeup, skincare tubes, and bottles of perfume, again anonymous. Labels peeled away, printing marks erased. The case was a collection of useful things, yet none of them belonged to a place of origin. The second case provided an even more unsettling inventory. Investigators set aside pairs of large sunglasses, thick-framed glasses, multiple combs, and mirrors. There were wigs of different lengths and shades, their fibers holding the faint smell of chemical treatment. Alongside those were several maps marked around European regions. Folded paper maps carried faint pencil traces, yet no annotations that revealed exact locations. On the surface, the wig collection might have looked eccentric, especially for a solo traveller, but among law enforcement, disguises were rarely viewed as casual. The wigs hinted at someone invested in changing appearance frequently, a person used to presenting different versions of herself depending on need. Among the items, perhaps the most striking discovery was a small notebook. Its pages carried lists of numbers and words, towns and dates, recorded in an odd style. Investigators soon suspected these weren't ordinary notes but coded itineraries. The structure pointed to city names abbreviated into fragments, paired with dates. The pattern resembled a travel log written for the writer's eyes only, not an open accounting for border crossings or hotel staff. Bergen was referenced multiple times. So were places across continental Europe. Whoever this woman was, she had moved often, leaving behind traces of presence in several countries in a matter of weeks. Even more curious was the discovery of hidden money. Sewn into the lining of one suitcase and tucked between folds, police found 5 100 Deutsche Mark bills. At the time, these carried serious value, a few hundred US dollars in total. In cross-border travel during the Cold War, such a sum hidden rather than carried openly suggested precaution. Cash was safer when dealing across borders if one didn't want records attached to their real name. The placement inside, a lining pointed directly to concealment, not oversight. She had buried her money behind stitching, careful to prevent its discovery, had the luggage been searched casually. Inside one of the cases, a pair of sunglasses carried a fingerprint smudge on the lens. Once tested, the mark matched the prints lifted from the burned woman. The connection confirmed beyond doubt that the suitcases belonged to the same person found in Death Valley. The items didn't trail off into coincidence. They tied directly to her. What had seemed at first like random lost baggage was now part of the same mystery, a continuation of the same effort to obscure a clear identity. Passports turned up inside as well, but no single one defined her. Several had photographs matching her features, but the biographies were inconsistent. Different names, different countries of supposed origin, different dates of birth. At least 8 aliases could be traced from documents found in the suitcases, or later linked through her hotel registrations. Each carried hints of Belgium, either through name styles, dialect choices, or references in accompanying notes. She had tried to route her many covers in a framework that overlapped there, suggesting Belgium either served as a base or a chosen fiction for her comings and goings. Police wrote in their reports that the false identity web made tracing her nearly unworkable. Every hotel she entered, she wrote down a different name. Each wig, each pair of glasses, each exaggerated style gave her another mask. Instead of being the clues that unraveled her story, the suitcases created new complexity. Her disguises didn't just hide a face, they rearranged who she was each time she crossed a border or signed into a guest book. The image that emerged painted her not as a curious eccentric, but as someone committed to living untraceable. Few tourists or business travelers carried wigs and multiple passports, stripped of true origin. Few ordinary travelers erased labels from their possessions so meticulously. Combined with the notebook's coded movements, the evidence suggested a woman playing a different kind of role in Europe. Whether it was espionage, smuggling, or some world of her own construction, the conclusion was the same. She worked hard to make herself unknowable. What made the discovery so striking was how the suitcases transformed the investigation. Before them, the picture was already unusual. A burned body in the mountains, labels cut away, pills consumed in impossible numbers. After the suitcases, the weight shifted from tragic to clandestine. This was no ordinary tragedy of the mountainside. It was the exposure of a double existence built carefully through objects now sitting on a police desk in Bergen. For investigators, each item begged more questions. Why keep cash stitched into the lining instead of in a pocket? Why record travel patterns in code rather than plain handwriting? Why maintain 8 false names crossing into Belgium? These actions bespoke intention. They betrayed someone engaged in shadowy practices during a time when Europe was still divided by suspicion and Cold War tension. Whatever her mission had been, she had made certain to scatter more shields than clues. The police could prove the suitcases belonged to her, but every other line of inquiry ended in silence. No family stepped forward. No employer in any of those cities claimed her. No simple identity tied her aliases back into one origin. What remained was complication, the careful coating of fictions stacked over whatever her real name or past might have been. The suitcases made the story darker, not clearer. Officers now believed they were piecing together the remains of someone who lived behind cover stories, a woman who had made it her work to disappear into her own disguises. It was no longer a matter of Norwegian terrain claiming a victim. It was the unravelling of a secret life partially caught out by death. Yet even with the objects catalogued, the story didn't rest in the luggage room. She had left a record in the hotels where she stayed, traces of behaviour that lingered in memory despite her efforts to disguise herself. Staff in Bergen remembered her, not only for her many wigs or different names, but for the way she moved in and out of rooms as though she needed the walls never to know her too well, and those accounts only increased the mystery around her last days. Hotel staff across Bergen never forgot her. In a city that saw thousands of travellers pass through each year, she stood out because she looked like someone who wanted very much not to stand out at all. Each person recalled the same pattern in her behaviour. She always paid in cash. She never let her stays run long in one place, and she often came through the doors in disguises that looked carefully calculated instead of casual. Large sunglasses hid most of her face, heavy enough that they seemed impractical indoors. At times, staff saw her with wigs of different lengths and colours, appearing as if she was testing out new versions of herself each day, never repeating one long enough to be remembered. It wasn't only the disguises that marked her as unusual. Many remembered how she would shift from one room to another, sometimes within the same hotel, other times across different places in the city. It wasn't done because of overbooking or lack of options, because these details were checked later by police. She simply switched, sometimes the same evening after checking in earlier in the day. Most travelers tried to settle in and enjoy stability. She moved with the opposite rhythm, as if comfort was something she wanted to avoid. A restless pattern emerged, one consistent attempt to leave a weak trail behind. Then there was the smell. Several members of staff described how a distinct garlic odor clung to her when she entered, unusual enough that it stayed in their memory long after she had gone. The detail may seem minor, but combined with the wigs and pay-in-cash behavior, it left an impression difficult to forget. In most cases, staff members were not able to give a precise name because her names changed as often as her appearances. But they remembered the odor, the way she avoided chit-chat, and the way she would stand apart in dining rooms eating alone. Whenever she did provide information about herself, it was contradictory. At one desk, she registered as a Belgian dealer in antiquities, hinting at a cosmopolitan lifestyle rooted in art and travel. At another hotel, she described herself as a saleswoman. The personas shifted almost as easily as her hair and glasses did. None of these stories were supported by local contacts. No colleagues ever appeared. She had no family visits, and no one accompanying her through the front doors. Each role was confined to words she gave to clerks, and never confirmed anywhere else. It was as if her career was whichever one suited the alias she picked for that evening. The lies grew obvious once compared. City police gathered testimony in the days after her body was identified, and confirmed she had presented different biographical stories to different hotels, sometimes only days apart. She was not clumsy about it. She did not hesitate when inventing a fresh job or producing a new explanation for her travels. She did it with the ease of habit, as though she had practiced so often that contradictions didn't worry her. The false information was not scattershot. It was controlled, repeated just enough to appear credible, but never consistent long enough to be checked across borders or paperwork. The way she shifted from language to language strengthened her cover. Witnesses recalled she spoke French fluently, switching into German with noticeable ease, and then moving again into other tongues depending on who addressed her. Each time she spoke with confidence. She avoided thick accents that might lock her to one country, carefully shaping her words to leave the listener uncertain about where she was from. To some ears, she sounded Belgian. To others, traces of German, perhaps even French-Swiss, appeared. Wherever she had grown up, she had learned to disguise it, speaking as a person who never wanted the details of her voice to reveal too much. This pattern of concealment was not a one-day occurrence. Hotel staff admitted seeing her pacing a lot, watching from windows, and limiting social contacts beyond the bare minimum to arrange her stay. Other guests struggled to put her in memory because she never left much of a mark on conversation. But employees, used to repetition and regular customers, noticed how unlike other visitors she truly was. Each transaction was fast, completed with cash. Every movement was quick, deliberate, finished as though she was anxious not to linger. The portrait that emerged from Bergen's hotel registers was of a woman who was resisting being known. She manufactured shifting layers of self, names swapped as easily as the colour of her wigs, backgrounds borrowed from a wide catalogue of characters that offered little way to be confirmed. With so many disguises, she created only confusion, leaving hotel staff certain of her presence but unable to establish a single true fact about her outside of appearance. Even the garlic smell, unusual as it was, added to the impression that there was something odd, if not purposeful, in the way she carried herself. Tracing her across Bergen, police were able to establish one last clear moment. In her final days, she stayed at the Horderheimen Hotel, where she once again paid in cash and concealed her appearance from many. It was one visit in a long pattern of brief stays, but it carried significance for investigators. The stay at Horderheimen became the last confirmed window in which anyone saw her alive. Staff there remembered her the same way others did, slightly distant, vague about her reason for travelling, quick to change rooms, and insistent on guarding her privacy. Within days of leaving the hotel, her body would be found in Death Valley. Staff could not provide answers about who she met during her stay or why she kept such distance, but their memories added pieces to the puzzle. Taken together, they suggested more than eccentric habits. They suggested method, a deliberate avoidance of continuity, a preference for masks over open identity. The disguises and shifting guests of her own making painted her not as a lonely traveller or eccentric tourist. They pointed instead to someone who carried a clear intention to remain hidden during her time in Norway. Her last days showed the pattern at its tightest edge. She had settled into a room under a different name, spoken with a multilingual fluency that disguised background, and again built a cover story that lacked confirmation. And then, after paying for her final night in cash, she vanished into the city one last time. The hotels of Bergen had hosted her, but in hindsight they saw that all along they were housing not one woman, but many shifting shadows of her own creation. From the Horderheimen, the story moved into silence. The trail went cold in those days before the discovery in the valley, and what she had done between her checkout and the discovery of her body remains untold. These final sightings, when placed against her restless movements in the days before, only tightened the mystery surrounding what led her into the mountains. And it was there, with her last known moments traced to a single hotel, that the case reached the sharpest edge, moving from the strangeness of her disguises into the missing time that preceded her death. Her last confirmed steps can be traced back to November 23rd, 1970. On that day, the woman walked into the Horderheimen Hotel in Bergen and quietly arranged for room 407. By then, staff had become familiar with her type of routine. Cash handed over without hesitation, very little conversation, and a general disinterest in explaining why she was there. She did not linger at the desk. She did not create a story beyond what was necessary. As usual, her presence was brief, almost constructed to fade the moment she left the counter. The hotel staff later remembered this particular check-in because of how abrupt her stay would be and how quickly she wanted to move on. Room 407 was hers for the night, but she insisted during that interaction that her plan was to leave swiftly. After only a short time there, she arranged for a taxi and checked out in person, leaving no belongings behind for collection. The woman who had filled hotel rooms in Bergen with her secrecy was gone again, this time with far more finality. From the moment she exited the hotel lobby and stepped into a waiting taxi, her traceable life came to an end. For investigators going back through her movements, there was nothing reliable after that. It was 6 days later that her body was found in the valley, meaning close to a full week passed without a confirmed sighting. That gap, neither too long nor short, became one of the most confounding sections of the whole case. Police retraced steps, asked questions around Bergen, searched for witnesses who might have seen a woman fitting her description move across the city. Nothing certain appeared. The same precision she had shown in disguising herself through wigs, glasses, and names now existed in the form of an absence. The trail dropped into a clean break, the kind of black hole that strips investigators of sequence and shuffles events into mystery. What troubled the case was not simply that she vanished into that week, but that every earlier action seemed deliberate. For months, she had controlled where she stayed, how she paid, and what she presented to witnesses. Each appearance had the stamp of careful planning, and then, out of nowhere, came silence. A gap that erased not just her public presence, but any sign of private connections she might have had. The contrast struck hardest for officers expected to follow a neat order of cause and effect. Why would a woman so careful about her movements suddenly disappear in a way that produced not a single reliable sighting? Either she was operating with precision far beyond expectation during those final days, or she had been taken off her path into something she could not control. Unverified reports began to trickle in from the surrounding region during the period of her absence. A few witnesses claimed to see a woman of similar build and hairstyle walking near military test ranges, places where Norway's defense forces practiced at the time. Their accounts never aligned perfectly, leaving investigators uncertain whether they had encountered the same person or someone loosely resembling her. Still, those fragments pointed in a direction that drew interest, because Bergen and its neighboring coastal areas held strategic value during the Cold War. Missile testing and military interests often attracted observation, both local and foreign. The idea that she had spent her missing days near such sites generated theories far removed from the idea of an isolated suicide. But evidence beyond these statements remained thin. No hotel register recorded her staying under any of the aliases discovered in her suitcases. None of the guest houses recalled her during those missing days. Taxi drivers questioned later could not provide a ride log that fit her movement after the one that carried her from Horderheimen. In short, she disappeared not only from official record, but also from casual memory. It left investigators staring at 6 blank days, the kind of absence that produced only speculation. The missing period became the centerpiece of her story. Every explanation that followed returned to it. If she took her life on her own terms, why does her trail end at a public hotel with preparations for departure? Why vanish for days before turning up burned in a remote area? If her death resulted from foul play, then those days may have been when meetings or events took place that brought her into danger. Her care in erasing identity up until that point seemed designed to control how she would be remembered. But the total silence of her last days left only questions about whether she maintained that control until the end. Investigators often referred to those days as the missing block of the case, the time that might explain everything else if only it could be filled. A gap with too many possibilities is as much a problem as no leads at all. Did she spend the week in another city entirely? Did she meet contacts who left no trace of their interactions? Was she perhaps confined against her will in that period, unseen until she reached the valley? Without firm answers, the missing time remains the most untouchable part of her entire timeline, the section where suspicion grows easily, but evidence almost never follows. In reconstructing her last verified hours, police could only note the precision and control she carried into the hotel lobby. She showed the same traits she had shown across the city for weeks: cash payments, quick entries and exits, avoidance of unnecessary conversation. Then, once the hotel door closed behind her and the taxi faded into the city streets, the image collapsed into nothing. For the next 6 days, records and witnesses alike agreed she no longer existed in public life, and 6 days later, she was reduced to a burned figure on stone, surrounded by items scrubbed of identity. For those studying her story, it is often that gap which carries the deepest fascination. Ordinary deaths can be traced directly through final actions: a fall from a cliff, a decision to consume a lethal amount of pills, an act of violence from a known offender. Each carries a chain of logic. In this case, the missing period prevents patterns from forming. It leaves investigators stepping from an orderly hotel checkout to a grim discovery in the mountains without the bridge in between. Many believe those lost days hold the truth, contacts, motives, perhaps even the explanation of who wanted her name and history buried so completely. Yet, despite how important the missing days were, police in 1970 moved in another direction. Without firm evidence to anchor those days, they pressed to close the case instead of keeping it wide open. Leads beyond the city faltered. Witnesses provided only weak possibilities, and paperwork ground forward with growing determination. To investigators at the time, it seemed easier to end the uncertainty than to prolong it indefinitely. The official record would soon settle on a conclusion, even as the empty days leading into her death refused to give any answers at all. The investigation that had gathered so much evidence, travelled across Bergen, and traced countless details eventually came to a sudden decision. Despite the autopsy findings, the coded notes in her luggage, and the trail of aliases, the official ruling declared that the unidentified woman had taken her own life. It was written into the case file as suicide, and that entry became the state's final position. For officers on the ground who had worked through the messy contradictions, this conclusion was reached with surprising speed. After months of reporting, examining, and piecing together fragments, the ruling reduced everything into a single line. That declaration did not sit well with many who were following the case. A body partially burned on a mountain slope might point to an accident, but combined with dozens of sedatives consumed, bruises on her body, and objects stripped of identity, it carried the signs of deeper planning or involvement. Critics wondered why investigators chose the simplest official answer, while the evidence spoke of deliberate concealment and extraordinary effort to remain anonymous. They asked why a person who truly intended to end her life would spend so much energy removing labels from clothes, travelling under false identities, and carrying coded notes across Europe. One aspect that created immediate doubt was the sheer mismatch between her possessions and the suicide label. Inside, her suitcases were wigs, sunglasses, false passports, and a stash of Deutsche Marks hidden away in secret linings. These were not things a person preparing to die would normally organise so carefully. They were survival tools, meant for someone who fully intended to keep moving between places, to pass scrutiny when crossing borders, and to hide their real background from anyone looking too closely. Treating such an individual as someone who casually ended their own life left many unconvinced. Witnesses who had interacted with her in hotels also offered their perspective. They remembered a woman secretive, restless, and distinct in her behaviour, but they had not described someone who seemed adrift or openly desperate. Instead, they described someone calculated, deliberate, tightly controlled in every movement. To those witnesses, the image was closer to an agent on assignment than a lonely traveller preparing her final moments. That perception fed into ongoing doubts about whether the suicide ruling was made from evidence or from a preference to avoid asking uncomfortable questions. Investigators closed down broader searches not long after the official cause of death was written. The suitcases in Bergen and the traces of aliases across Europe were catalogued, but no active pushes followed to trace them back to real origins. Authorities had the chance to send inquiries abroad on a larger scale or to keep the case open for international cooperation. Instead, the files narrowed. Leads were considered exhausted, and the case slid into the category of completed, at least officially. The decision to reduce the outcome so quickly led to criticism from journalists, and even some officials years later, who argued that valuable traces may have been lost in the process. For critics, the sudden shutdown looked less like the end of an investigation and more like the removal of a problem. At the time, Norway was moving within a tense Cold War climate. Rumours of spies and intelligence networks were active in Europe. The The idea that the woman could have been caught within that world was not far-fetched given her disguises, multilingual ability, and coded travel logs. If that were true, pressing deeper might have opened doors into arenas authorities preferred to leave closed. Concluding suicide created a neat ending on paper, even as it left the real questions unresolved. The decision drew statements years later that authorities had not solved the case, but contained it. Containment gave the public a reason to stop asking, while also allowing officials to avoid speculation that could have tied the woman to espionage. The reasoning was that, while tragic, some deaths could not be explained in detail, but their classification could spare the wider system from pressure. Observers suggested that by calling it suicide, the police gave themselves distance from the hint of foreign involvement or larger operations. At that time, it may have felt easier to call the case tragic rather than conspiratorial. The Cold War was still in motion, and Norway's geographical position put it at the edge of NATO and Soviet interests. Bergen itself was close to naval activity and military testing sites. These contexts lent the entire story an uneasy background. A foreign woman moving through hotels under false names, watching military areas, and carrying coded notes had far more weight than mere eccentricity. It raised the possibility of espionage activity, something domestic authorities may not have wanted to confirm publicly without clear control of the narrative. Yet official papers and statements continued to repeat the suicide label. The file became another entry in the archives, marked by closure. Even while researchers, journalists, and local people refused to accept the resolution. Each time the story appeared in the news, readers noted the mismatch. How can a life ending in a blaze of contradictions, outside identity, false documents, countless disguises, be reduced to suicide without deeper pursuit of alternative explanations? The clash between the official line and popular suspicion became the most defining feature of the case. Once the ruling was sealed, investigators no longer chased leads out of Norway. Even requests to compare fingerprints and dental work abroad were limited. Family members in other countries who later believed they recognized her were not taken seriously at the time. All momentum drained from the search because, with an official suicide ruling, authorities no longer viewed it as a mystery, needing further action. The result was that the same evidence, urging complexity, sat dormant in storage, waiting for future generations to re-examine. This decision anchored the case in uncertainty for decades. Because officials stamped suicide on the files, no concerted effort followed to uncover her name or her past. Strangers who had seen her in Bergen or remembered her hotel stays felt their suspicions had been dismissed. For the next years, whispers and private theories filled the vacuum left behind by an early conclusion. Some believed she was a spy, trapped in cross-border assignments gone wrong. Others thought she was murdered under circumstances too sensitive to reveal. In both views, the suicide explanation appeared too shallow, too unwilling to wrestle with the mountain of details her life and death provided. As history moved forward, the Cold War tension only made her case stand out sharper. In a time when intelligence gathering shaped much of European politics, ordinary citizens looked at the Isdal woman's disguises and saw more than eccentric travel. They saw evidence of larger games playing out beyond open view. Whether or not officials quietly agreed with that interpretation, the public imagination seized it as the most sensible alternative. And so the case sat, labelled as suicide, in Norwegian archives, yet carried far differently in memory and conversation. No matter how firmly the decision was written, it could not erase the inconsistencies that lay across every piece of evidence. From that time onward, when people told her story, they told it less as a closed investigation and more as a mystery, tied up with spies, secrets, and a broader world of shadow. The official files might say suicide, but the weight of public thought gave her another role entirely, one that still lingers in the story as it is remembered today. In the 1970s, Europe was divided sharply between East and West, and questions of spying were part of everyday life in countries caught between the two powers. Norway was one of those places that mattered more than its size might suggest. The coastline facing the North Atlantic gave NATO forces access to the northern seas, and the Soviet Union watched the country carefully from across the border with its neighbour, Finland. As a result, Norwegian cities like Bergen and Stavanger were not just ordinary ports. They were gateways to military installations and research centres, places where observation mattered. Anyone paying close attention to them carried weight far beyond civilian travel. Bergen's coastal position made it valuable, while Stavanger carried its own significance. Each held naval connections and served as locations linked to NATO activities. That meant that in 1970, foreigners seen in these locations could legitimately draw suspicion. Naval exercises, training missions, and sometimes classified testing happened nearby, and the presence of outsiders was always worth noting in that climate. So when police faced a dead woman who had moved through hotels under false names, carried wigs, sunglasses, and coded notes about different cities in Europe, it placed her in the shadow of that Cold War setting. Later records revealed that in the month before her body was discovered, Norwegian forces held missile trials and defense exercises along stretches of that same west coast. The timing overlapped with her movements. She checked in and out of hotels within days of scheduled missile activities. While coincidence can never be ruled out, the parallel drew concern, for governments already alert to the possibility of foreign observation. It seemed more than casual that a multilingual woman, known to travel through multiple countries at speed, was present near Bergen during that period. Local reports added another layer. Fishermen working along the coastline told of a woman matching her descriptions, watching military maneuvers through binoculars. The accounts were fragmentary and unconfirmed, yet they surfaced enough that they were recorded in notes years later. If true, it meant her interest was not confined to wandering through hotel lobbies. Instead, she might have been mapping the activity of Norwegian forces, a task entirely in line with how spies and intelligence operatives were known to work at the time. Without paperwork in her suitcases, without a diary explaining why, the suspicion grew naturally from the pattern of behavior and location. Her disguises fit that idea closely. In the 1960s and 1970s, agents working undercover for intelligence agencies frequently used covers like false identities, fake jobs, multiple passports, and cash-only travel. Wigs, sunglasses and glasses were not eccentric fashion choices. They were tools to alter appearance quickly when moving through border checks or blending into the daily movement of different cities. Her possession of several wigs, along with the precision of erasing every clothing label, appeared consistent with someone conscious of surveillance and determined not to leave a clear fingerprint on her life. According to many later observers, it was this blend of location, timing, and disguise that kept the suspicion alive that she had been working in intelligence. Ordinary suicides or even murders rarely carry with them coded notebooks, erased labels, and multiple false passports. Those are things tied to staging and cover. Viewed against the backdrop of Bergen's position in NATO planning, the overlap was too sharp to ignore. Adding to suspicion was the fact that many defense-related files involving the area during that time were withheld or marked restricted. Norway, like other NATO states, worked under tight secrecy when it came to missile development and testing records. Decades later, requests were made to review the documents tied to the period when she stayed in Bergen. Many records stayed sealed. They remain unavailable for public access, leaving gaps around precisely what she may have been present to observe. The withholding of files only pushed the narrative further toward espionage. If her interest had been unrelated, many believed there would be little reason for documents connected to that period and activity to remain concealed. This produced a striking contrast. On one side, the Norwegian police ruled officially that the woman's death was a suicide, closed the file, and treated it as the end of a solitary case. On the other side, the overlap with defense activity, withheld files, and the secrecy of the Cold War context all suggested that something larger might have been at play. The woman's presence in Bergen, her disguises, her coded list of cities, her secret money, and her unusual behavior lined up with suspicions of espionage. The government's public story left the impression of an ordinary tragedy. But private interests, from military and foreign observers, carried whispers far beyond that. It raised a question that has never been comfortably solved. Was this a case closed officially only to sidestep the possibility that her activities touched on national security? For police, framing the case as suicide allowed them to retreat from speculation into comfortable procedure. For intelligence watchers, that was the very reason the evidence around her lingered so uncomfortably. Few believed her life was random once they matched up her presence with the larger context of NATO activity. The idea of espionage never left the story. Journalists re-examining her trail in later years highlighted exactly how closely her behavior resembled known spy tactics. Cash kept in secret places, documents destroyed or stripped, aliases spun across countries, and quick changes of hotels all appeared consistent with patterns intelligence bureaus recognized. Whether she carried the role of spy, courier, or observer, the ingredients of the story fell naturally into that framework. Even unconfirmed witness stories of her near military sites only deepened the suspicion that she was playing a role tied to more than herself. In time, this spy theory grew to become the single most enduring interpretation of her identity. No matter how firmly the official police position stated she had ended her own life, the broader public memory placed her in the role of someone caught within the machinery of Cold War shadow work. People debated whether she had been a Western operative, an Eastern Bloc agent, or even a freelancer working across both lines. Yet all of those streams connected to the same assumption, that she was far more than a lonely traveller. Each piece of evidence flowed into this image. Her disguises were too systematic, her languages too fluid, her notebooks too coded, her possessions too carefully scrubbed of identity. To see those facts and argue for suicide seemed to many an act of willful avoidance. It was far more compelling, given the setting, to recognize her as tied to espionage. Whether her end was murder, exposure, or a failed mission is less certain, but the weight of the Cold War hangs over her story with a presence that refuses to fade. And while the Cold War itself ended decades ago, her case never followed suit into closure. For years, the story remained caught between archive folders declaring suicide and rumors tying her to intelligence. Then, in the 21st century, science offered tools that even Cold War secrecy could not provide. New testing carried the chance to trace her back to the soil and water, where her younger years had left their mark. By the time the 2010s arrived, the investigation into the woman found in Death Valley had been closed for decades. Her file sat in archives, marked with an official but unsatisfying conclusion, but advances in forensic science now offered methods unavailable in 1970. With renewed public interest in the case, Norway's national broadcasters began to reopen the file for review. They invited the public to provide memories, information, or possible identifications, while scientific experts revisited the evidence stored in sealed boxes. After years of silence, the mystery was once again in the spotlight, this time supported by laboratories and technology her first investigators had never imagined. The most revealing work came from isotope analysis. Human teeth form during childhood, and tiny chemical traces inside them stay locked in place long after. Those traces reflect the soil, water, and food of a region, even decades later. Specialists applied this method to her teeth. What they found pointed strongly to an origin in southern Germany. The isotope balance matched patterns from the mineral content of that region, signaling that she likely spent her early years there. Additional testing suggested that she later lived in either France or Belgium. These conclusions gave the investigation more focus than ever before. Instead of being lost to the whole of Europe, her roots circled closer around a handful of countries. Yet, while birthplace and childhood are strong indicators, they do not name someone. The results gave a narrowed area of interest, but not an identity. They shifted her background from mystery into geographic outline. She was not a life emerging from nowhere. She had been born somewhere in Germany, raised through a stable environment, and then later shifted westward. The results confirmed what earlier speculation had hinted at from her dental history. This was a woman who travelled international paths long before her final days. DNA provided a second layer. Extracting genetic material from old remains is difficult, especially from those damaged by flames, but technology had advanced to the point where partial readings were possible. Scientists determined that her genetic markers pointed south of Germany, aligning with southern European backgrounds. Some results even leaned toward possible roots in Southwest Asia. That opened the possibility that her family history was multicultural, crossing borders long before she travelled across them herself. This structure, southern German childhood, later movement toward Belgium or France, and ancestry that extended southward, created an even more complex identity than first imagined. The scientific findings dovetailed with reconstructed images produced by experts. Using records from the autopsy, facial reconstruction specialists created sketches showing how she may have appeared before death. They restored details lost in the fire, retaining the sharp features and shapes of her face. Once those sketches circulated, witnesses from countries across Europe came forward with memories. Hoteliers, residents, and travellers thought they recalled seeing a woman fitting her description in the years leading to 1970. Many remembered her not just for her striking appearance, but for the disguises she used: wigs, glasses, and heavy coats. The new sketches confirmed for them that the same woman had passed through their lives, even if only for brief encounters. In France, several citizens reached out to investigators with claims that they had seen a similar woman. What stood out in their accounts was not just appearance, but voice. They described her as speaking French, but with a flavour of Balkan accent. Not native, but practiced enough to pass. They remembered her wearing wigs, at times shifting between blonde, brunette, and darker shades, even in short spans. They recalled her not as a local, but as someone who maintained multiple contacts and came and went with the air of assignment. These testimonies could not be confirmed officially, but repeated enough patterns to form weight: the disguises, the languages, and the deliberate avoidance of familiarity. That raised the same questions that had shadowed her case since the 1970s. Was she attached in some way to networks of intelligence running through post-war Europe? The coded notebook entries, the many covers, and now the cross-border traces amplified that suspicion. Journalists examining the Cold War context revived theories pointing to espionage. Modern reporting highlighted names that tugged the case further into conspiracy. Some articles connected her indirectly to figures like François Guénoud, a banker tied to controversial movements and rumored intelligence networks. Though the connection was speculative, the fact that respected press outlets even placed her in that orbit showed how far suspicions had stretched. For many, the new science confirmed she was far from a normal tourist. For some, it linked her into troubling corners of European shadow work in the decades after the war. Despite the many pieces of data, nothing produced a name. The isotope tests placed her, the DNA deepened her roots, the reconstructions revived public recognition, and eyewitnesses built her cover traits again. But no single registry, family, or passport lined up with the evidence. Not one missing persons file closed from her case. Investigators confirmed that the identifiers she left behind did not match established records anywhere, meaning her attempts to erase herself had been effective even after her death. The science gave more information, but the paradox was clear. Each discovery brought her closer in outline while making her no less obscure in reality. As more analysis came in, the portrait of her life grew even heavier with contradiction. She had been a child in Germany, shaped by a post-war era that forced many families into crossroads of politics. She had lived for years in the West, in areas like France and Belgium that were hotbeds of Cold War intelligence interactions. Her ancestry indicated Southern influence, perhaps stretching into Mediterranean or Asian lineages. People remembered her in disguises, fluent across languages, staying in hotels under covers, lying with the comfort of routine. All of those sketches pointed towards someone attached to larger forces than herself, but for all those specifics, the name she carried at birth was still sealed beyond reach. The irony of these findings was striking. In an era where technology could reveal genetic threads from millennia ago, she remained personally untraceable. Isotopes told where she ate as a child. DNA placed her ancestry across borders. Witnesses remembered her face and her accents. Journalists tied her memory to figures known for covert influence, and yet none of it gave her back her identity. She became known as clearly as ever, and as unknown as she had been on the day of discovery in 1970. All of these modern findings broaden her presence in memory rather than resolve it. Viewers and listeners encountering her story today meet a woman for whom erasure was both intentional and effective. Even science, capable of pressing beyond human memory, has not lifted that barrier. Instead, it has given the case a new reach, extending the mystery across countries and families who now wonder if the woman in Death Valley had once walked among them. But no matter how advanced the methods become, the story ends in the same continuation. She remains the unidentified woman, committed to an unnamed grave. Her body lay buried decades earlier, placed not with family but with police nearby, a symbol of uncertainty that still stands. Even in death, her story remained open-ended, marked by secrecy, absence, and silence that modern tools cannot erase. In early 1971, the unidentified woman was laid to rest in Bergen, with details that reflected the same ambiguity surrounding her life. Unlike most funerals, it was the police, not relatives, who gathered at the graveside. There were no grieving family members, no mourners who could recall her life, and no friends to speak on her behalf. She was placed into a zinc-lined coffin, the type chosen not for custom but for practicality. That particular material was meant to preserve the possibility of later exhumation. Officials knew that her death had left open questions, so her burial became a symbol not only of respect, but also of unfinished investigation. The grave itself was marked by the deliberate absence of identity. There was no headstone with a name, only the knowledge that beneath the soil lay the woman newspapers called the Isdal woman. To those who had worked the case, the lack of closure at her burial was as striking as the evidence gathered months earlier. Even in death, her place in the world remained uncertain, written not in familial ties but in state documentation and case reports that solved nothing. The photograph of her burial shows rows of suited officers standing silently. Their presence underscores how the case belonged to the authorities rather than a family circle. For those at the ceremony, it must have carried an unspoken tension. Funerals are usually moments of closure, finalizing the story of a person by acknowledging their name and their connections. In this instance, closure was impossible. The zinc coffin suggested reopening as much as rest. The absence of relatives suggested loss without recognition. Every detail reinforced that she was an individual who had worked hard in life to separate herself from traceable ties. Now, even her grave carried the same separation. As time passed, her burial site became less about laying someone to rest and more about representing an unresolved mystery. Visitors to the cemetery could walk past the plot, knowing the story had never been settled. The anonymity of her grave gave new generations a physical reminder of how little was known about her origins. Journalists covering the case in later years often returned to that site, describing it not just as a burial, but as a monument to unanswered questions. The investigators' decision to select materials suited to exhumation proved prescient, as forensic science decades later continued to press against the secrecy she left behind. Through the years, the case persisted in memory precisely because it carried no resolution. Stories of tragic accidents or confirmed murders eventually recede into clear categories. This one did not. The Isdal woman became part of Norwegian cultural memory as the most enduring unsolved mystery on record. Radio programs, newspaper series, and later television documentaries returned repeatedly to her case. Each revisit highlighted how her erasure had instead made her unforgettable. Her effort to scrape away labels, cut out identities, and live under a rotation of names had worked in one sense but failed in another. Instead of disappearing, she became a permanent figure of speculation. What sustained attention was not just the possibility of violence, but the strange overlap of espionage, secrecy, and tragedy. For people growing up in the tense atmosphere of the 1970s, the suspicion of spies lurking at the edges of daily life was real. In the decades since, the Cold War may have ended, but her story continues to embody those shadows. It presented not just a mystery of death, but a reflection of that era's climate. A woman, moving between countries under disguises, found dead near a NATO-linked region with coded notes in her possession. This story always seemed to carry weight beyond a personal tragedy. Yet there was also the personal side that kept people asking questions. Who was she when she was not disguising herself? Did she have a childhood that extended beyond the isotope traces in her teeth? Was there a family searching for her at some point, or had she cut them off long before her death? Listeners and readers wondered whether she had chosen her life of erasure, or whether it had been forced upon her. The paradox of her case lies in this tension. She had succeeded in removing herself from recognition, but in doing so, she ensured that strangers across the world would remember her story indefinitely. Year after year, her name reappeared in articles exploring unsolved cases. Podcasters and filmmakers built projects around her. Audiences treated each retelling as if the missing details might finally be filled, though they never were. Instead, the repeated storytelling confirmed her in cultural memory. The Isdal woman moved from a case file in a Bergen police archive into a global point of fascination. For many, her story became less about solving the puzzle and more about reflecting on the impossibility of total disappearance in the modern world. She tried to erase herself, but that very attempt was what made her impossible to forget. The zinc coffin in which she was buried remains one of the clearest reminders of the case's unfinished state. Even now, it shows that officials treating her death never viewed it as simply over. They preserved the chance of returning, of one day completing the work that time, secrecy, and circumstance interrupted. But half a century later, the coffin has been opened not to provide closure, but to confirm how permanent her anonymity remains. No advanced science, no witness memory, and no archival lead has yet broken through to give a name. What survives instead is the enduring presence of the unknown. Her life, observed through fragments, presents one of the sharpest contradictions a case can carry. She lived in ways that kept her apart, resisting the ties to places and people that create recognition, yet she left traces in each place she stayed. A hotel clerk who remembered her smell, a fisherman who thought they saw her near military ranges, records that carried false names. All became permanent attachments to her story. She could never move invisibly, and in hindsight the trail she tried to erase only made her story spread wider. Today, the story of the Isdal woman exists as much in reflection as in investigation. Decades after she died on a mountainside, her story raises questions about anonymity, secrecy, and how individuals can vanish from one life while leaving imprints on others. She built her existence around avoidance, patterns of concealment, and careful steps taken to remain unknown. But the irony is sharp. She is remembered precisely because she remains a mystery. Her burial, unmarked yet preserved, captures that paradox perfectly. It is a grave suited for memory without resolution, a site where closure was withheld deliberately, waiting for answers that never came. And so her place in Norway's history is not as a case closed, but as a riddle standing open across generations. This is why the Isdal woman's story continues to carry significance. She represents unanswered questions that resist fading. A woman remembered not by her name, but by the mystery she left behind. What remains is not closure, nor even a path toward it. What remains is the permanent weight of mystery, sealed as firmly as the zinc coffin holding her body beneath the soil of Bergen. The Isdal woman's story begins with a burned body in Norway's mountains, but it has never ended. Each discovery, her erased possessions, her disguises, her hidden money, only made her harder to define. Instead of closure, the evidence left more distance between who she really was and the roles she lived through. Her case offers no conclusion, only questions. Why did she work so hard to erase herself? Who, if anyone, erased her further in death? Those questions remain unanswered, and so her story stays, haunting investigators, historians, and listeners, an enduring mystery without a name, without an ending. Welcome back again. Please, before we start, comment down below where you are and what time it is there right now. Let's get to it. Shannon Gilbert was just 23 years old when she vanished on the morning of May 1st, 2010. A hopeful young woman, originally from Jersey City, New Jersey, Shannon worked as an escort, advertising her services on Craigslist. Despite her line of work, she had ambitions beyond it. She dreamed of becoming a singer and had been saving money to help her pursue that goal. Friends and family noted her determination, though they also admitted Shannon had her struggles. She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and occasionally missed taking her prescribed medication. On the night of her disappearance, though, it wasn't her past struggles or aspirations that took center stage. It was the growing fear in her voice as she made what would become one of the most haunting 911 calls in modern crime history. Shannon was last seen in a gated community in Oak Beach, a quiet, middle-class neighborhood on Long Island's South Shore. That evening, she had been accompanied by her driver, Michael Pack, as part of her work arrangement. In this line of work, it was not unusual to have someone drive and wait nearby to ensure a semblance of security. She had arranged to meet a client named Joseph Brewer, a local resident who lived in this suburban enclave. What exactly happened during their interaction remains unclear, but by the early hours of the morning, Shannon was terrified. At 4:51 a.m., she placed a frantic call to 911, claiming someone was after her. The call stretched on for over 20 minutes. In the chilling audio, Shannon's voice wavered between panic and exhaustion. She repeatedly told the dispatcher, "They're going to kill me," though she didn't provide much clarity on who they were. Her fear was palpable, a kind of raw vulnerability that sticks with you when you hear it. The Suffolk County Police Department, who later made the audio available to the public after years of legal battles, initially treated the call as a low-priority matter. But for Shannon, this was the last lifeline she would grab onto before vanishing into the cold morning air. It is said that during the call, she mentioned both Brewer and Pack, though neither man was charged in relation to her disappearance. Their accounts of that night were inconsistent yet strangely untethered to the gravity of what ended up happening. While on the phone, Shannon left Brewer's house abruptly and began knocking on neighboring doors, pleading for help. At one point, she reached the house of Gus Coletti, an older gentleman who answered her frantic knocks. He later recalled that Shannon looked disoriented and scared, refusing to step inside when he opened the door. Instead, she stood on his porch, glancing over her shoulder, as if expecting someone to appear at any moment. Coletti tried to offer assistance, even calling 911 himself after she bolted from his home. Another neighbor, Barbara Brennan, reportedly saw Shannon running across her yard, still in distress. These accounts painted an unsettling picture of a woman desperate to escape something, or someone, unknown. By 5:30 a.m., Shannon was gone. Witnesses claimed to have seen her run into the marshy wetlands near Oak Beach, a tangle of tall grass and uneven terrain difficult to navigate even in daylight. When police finally arrived, her absence was written off as a case of a woman fleeing into the night, the subtext being that her job somehow made her disappearance less urgent. She was dismissed, not as a victim but as someone who had simply wandered off in a highly emotional state. Yet, her family refused to accept this narrative and immediately began pushing for a more thorough investigation. For Mari Gilbert, Shannon's mother, the lack of urgency in those early hours only deepened her resolve to uncover the truth about what happened to her daughter. The Suffolk County Police Department didn't treat the case with the seriousness it would later demand. Their initial theory was that Shannon had become disoriented and drowned in the marsh, possibly due to her mental health condition or substances, though there was little evidence to support this assumption at the time. Few officers took into account her documented fear on the 911 call, or her very clear actions of running and seeking help. This casual dismissal would set the stage for years of frustration amongst Shannon's family, particularly Mari, who grew increasingly vocal about law enforcement's apparent apathy. As Mari publicized her daughter's story, she told reporters and investigators, if this were anyone else's child, they'd be looking by now. Months later, due largely to Mari's persistence, law enforcement launched a more coordinated search for Shannon in December 2010. The effort initially focused on ending her within a tight radius of where she was last seen. During one of these searches, on an unassuming stretch of Gilgo Beach, not far from Oak Beach, investigators stumbled upon the remains of a woman. The chilling part? They weren't Shannon's remains. Instead, during that search on December 11, officers found the skeletal remains of another woman wrapped in burlap. What should have been an isolated, tragic discovery quickly unraveled into something far darker when, over the subsequent days, 3 more sets of remains were discovered in the same area, all within 500 feet of one another. Each belonged to a young woman, all petite, all in their 20s, and all escorts who, like Shannon, advertised their services online. This grouping of victims, later dubbed the Gilgo Four, turned Shannon's disappearance from a quiet local case into the beginnings of one of America's most notorious unsolved serial killer investigations. The Suffolk County Homicide Squad, once reluctant to devote resources, now found themselves at the epicenter of a growing nightmare. Despite the proximity of the remains, missing persons reports for each of the Gilgo Four had previously been dealt with as unrelated cases. It was only their discovery along Ocean Parkway that forced law enforcement to reckon with a deeply unsettling reality. The Long Island serial killer was likely at work, and Shannon Gilbert's disappearance had shone a spotlight on the hidden dangers lurking just beyond the shoreline. Yet, in this newly unearthed horror, Shannon herself remained missing. With public fear mounting, investigators slowly expanded their efforts, combing through rough terrain with dogs and equipment, while combing through victim reports and online advertisements. Still, it wasn't until December 2011, over a year and a half after her disappearance, that skeletal remains later confirmed to be Shannon's were located in Oak Beach, the same area she had vanished. Her body was also recovered in the marsh near her belongings. A cell phone, credit cards, and jeans. All were scattered in a way that raised questions. Forensic analysis of Shannon's remains proved inconclusive regarding a cause of death. Full skeletal remains make certain conclusions harder to draw than soft tissues might. The Suffolk County Medical Examiner ruled her case inconclusive, leaving the door open to various theories. Did she meet an accidental death in the marsh, trapped by thick mud and sharp reeds, as some believed, or had she become an early victim of the Long Island serial killer, only to be brought to her watery grave? While the questions surrounding Shannon persist, her story lit a fuse. The chilling echoes of her 911 call, which captured both her determination to survive and her overwhelming fear, had become tethered to the larger discovery of what lay beneath the sands of Gilgo Beach. Yet for investigators, this was only the beginning. Shannon's disappearance was an entry point to a harrowing larger truth, one that would take years to unravel and even further propel more mysteries into the public eye. As we shift to exploring the grim discoveries at Gilgo Beach in the aftermath of this search, keep one thing in mind. Shannon Gilbert was searching for help that night. Her cries were heard, but not heeded in time, and as her story collided with those whose cries came before her, it became impossible for anyone paying attention to ignore the silence that enveloped Long Island's most vulnerable victims. The search for Shannon Gilbert expanded methodically across the area surrounding Gilgo Beach in December 2010. After months of stagnation, police had finally committed significant resources to locating her. Officers swept through the marshy terrain with cadaver dogs and other specialized equipment, navigating the cold and unforgiving environment. The sand dunes and thick vegetation of the Long Island shoreline created a quiet, desolate backdrop for their efforts. At first, it was an organized search for a single missing person, but what they discovered would transform the investigation entirely, and it wouldn't start with finding Shannon. On the morning of December 11, 2010, a canine officer leading his dog made a chilling discovery along Ocean Parkway, not far from where Shannon was last seen. Lying partially hidden amidst the brush was what appeared to be human remains. The body hadn't been there recently. This was skeletal material, and it had been wrapped carefully in burlap. This revelation sent shockwaves through the investigation. Despite initial hopes, it was quickly confirmed that the remains were not Shannon Gilbert's. This was someone else, and within days, searchers realized there was more to uncover. By December 13, police had expanded the search area and unearthed 3 additional sets of remains, each in similar conditions. Identified in early 2011, these 4 victims came to be known as the Gilgo Four: Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and Amber Costello. Authorities confirmed that each woman had disappeared between 2007 and 2010, years before Shannon's case had even brought them back to the area. Their disappearances, all initially treated as isolated incidents, were now linked through this devastating discovery. Maureen Brainerd Barnes was the first of the Gilgo Four to vanish. She had disappeared in July 2007 while in New York City for work. A single mother from Connecticut, Maureen had been struggling to make ends meet. She had advertised on Craigslist like so many others in her line of work, and her desperation to provide for her children left her vulnerable. Her remains were among those found wrapped in burlap, suggesting a calculated and deliberate crime scene disposal. Melissa Barthelemy disappeared in July 2009 at the age of 24. Originally from Buffalo, New York, Melissa had moved to the Bronx, hoping for a fresh start. To fund her ambitions, she worked as an escort, also using Craigslist to connect with clients. Melissa's case stood out to investigators because, after her disappearance, her family experienced a horrifying ordeal. Her teenage sister, Amanda, received multiple calls from someone using Melissa's phone. In each call, the man taunted Amanda, asking if she knew where her sister was. His voice was calm and emotionless. The details he provided showed he had likely been involved in Melissa's fate, yet the use of burner phones and the lack of tracing technology at the time left police with no way to track him. Megan Waterman was only 22 when she disappeared in June 2010. A mother to a young daughter, Megan came from Scarborough, Maine. She too relied on Craigslist to advertise her services and had left her home to meet someone in Long Island the night she vanished. Her family had reported her missing and repeatedly informed police of the dangers her job posed. Yet, like the others, Megan's case attracted little attention at the time. Now her remains joined those of 3 other women discovered in the same cluster. Amber Costello, the youngest of the Gilgo Four, was 27 when she went missing in September 2010. A native of North Carolina, Amber had settled in West Babylon, New York, where she lived with roommates. Described as kind-hearted and trusting, she often put her own safety at risk to support those she cared about. Amber, like the others, had advertised her services online. Her roommates later told police that Amber had left their home one evening, saying she was meeting a client. It was the last time she was seen alive. Her body, like the others, was found near Ocean Parkway. Though their stories varied, the Gilgo Four shared haunting similarities. Each of them was petite, standing around 5 feet tall and weighing close to 100 pounds. They were all in their 20s when they disappeared and had been working as escorts, advertising primarily on Craigslist. Wrapping their bodies in burlap suggested a level of care and uniformity, likely meant to avoid immediate detection. Each victim's remains had been placed within 500 feet of one another, a proximity that made it clear this wasn't random. According to Dominic Varone, then Chief of Detectives for Suffolk County, the connections between the women pointed to a deliberate targeting pattern. Whoever was responsible had chosen them carefully, luring them with crafted messages and controlled interactions. The use of burner phones only reinforced this profile. The oceanfront location of their disposal was another grim detail. Gilgo Beach sits along a stretch of barrier islands that separate Long Island from the Atlantic Ocean. It's a scenic but eerily isolated area, where sprawling marshlands meet desolate beaches. The remoteness provided whoever was responsible with a secluded dumping ground. Yet even among all the details, the burlap wrapping stood out. It wasn't entirely common, and for investigators, it suggested a methodical killer, someone who planned his movements and intentionally left little evidence behind. Beyond the physical details, the emotional impact on the community began to grow. The realization that a serial killer might be operating on Long Island sent waves of fear through the area. Families of missing women working in the same profession began to fear the worst. Advocacy groups criticized police for their initial dismissiveness, not just in Shannon Gilbert's case but in others like it. As the news of the Gilgo Four broke, public speculation swirled. People wondered how long had this killer been active? How many more victims could there be? And why had so little attention been given to the disappearances of these women before now? Law enforcement began to face the uncomfortable questions that had been building for years. Many observed that the victims, as escorts, occupied a vulnerable space in society, one often overlooked by police and the public alike. Their reliance on online platforms like Craigslist, where anonymity was easily maintained, added another layer of difficulty to tracking their movements or identifying their last contacts. Still, it was clear there was a predator out there somewhere, someone who had exploited that vulnerability to deadly effect. For years, the disappearances of women like Maureen, Melissa, Megan, and Amber had been treated with little urgency. Now, their deaths forced Suffolk County to confront the magnitude of what had been missed. As news spread, the term Long Island serial killer began to circulate in media coverage. Yet even as police ramped up their efforts, many in the community started wondering if this killer had been hiding in plain sight all along. The scope of the area meant it was easy for someone familiar with the geography to remain unseen. Ocean Parkway itself stretches for miles, lined by tall reeds and patches of forest, making certain parts nearly impossible to search thoroughly. Investigators expanded their efforts, but challenges piled up quickly. The physical environment, coupled with the time that had elapsed since the women's deaths, made the task of gathering evidence incredibly difficult. Despite these obstacles, the discovery of the Gilgo Four was a turning point. What began as a search for a single missing woman had spiraled into a homicide investigation of unprecedented scale for Suffolk County. The realization that the beach could be doubling as a burial ground left an eerie stain on an otherwise quiet area. It wasn't just about these 4 victims. There was growing suspicion, among the community and investigators alike, that more bodies might be waiting to be found. Authorities shifted their focus, trying to piece together the killer's pattern. Who was he? How was he selecting his victims? And perhaps most haunting of all, was he still active? The search of Gilgo Beach had opened a door to a darker world, one filled with unanswered questions that would only grow more complex as time went on. For now, investigators could only press forward, unsure of just how expansive this case would ultimately become. The lives of the Gilgo Four, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello, were distinct in many ways. Yet, the circumstances that united their tragic fates were disturbingly similar. All were young women, petite in stature, who had turned to the internet to work as escorts. They sought clients using Craigslist, a platform that promised opportunity, but also exposed them to dangers hidden behind digital anonymity. Living on society's margins, their disappearances were largely overlooked at first, treated as isolated incidents rather than pieces of a larger, coordinated pattern. But the discovery of their remains along Gilgo Beach in December 2010 connected them in ways no one could ignore. Maureen Brainerd Barnes, in many ways, was the beginning of this unsettling story. A native of Norwich, Connecticut, she was the first of the Gilgo Four to go missing. Maureen was 25 at the time and a single mother of 2 children. Despite her challenges, friends and family described her as determined and resourceful. She had begun working as an escort out of financial necessity, hoping to secure a stable life for her young family. On July 9, 2007, Maureen spoke to her sister Missy Can by phone from New York City. She mentioned she might return home that evening on a late train. That call was the last contact anyone had with her. For her family, the weeks that followed were agonizing. Maureen had always kept in close touch, so her sudden silence signaled something was terribly wrong. But her status as an escort complicated her case. Maureen quickly became another name among missing persons reports without immediate follow-up. 2 years later, in 2009, the story took a horrifying twist with Melissa Barthelemy's disappearance. At the age of 24, Melissa had moved from Buffalo to New York City, where she dreamed of making it as a hairdresser. To support herself, she worked as an escort, relying on Craigslist like Maureen had. Melissa's case gained national attention not for what was found, but for what happened in the days after her family reported her missing. Nearly a week after her disappearance, Melissa's younger sister Amanda began receiving taunting phone calls. These came from Melissa's phone, as if the older sister herself were calling, but it wasn't Melissa's voice on the other end. It was a man, calm and deliberate, telling Amanda he had killed Melissa. The calls continued for weeks, always laced with cruel remarks and horrifying details about her fate. The teenager begged for answers, but the man offered none. Officials traced the calls to Manhattan, but they were short and made from bustling public areas, preventing any attempt to pinpoint the perpetrator. Melissa's murder underscored the chilling approach of whoever was behind these acts. The phone calls weren't just a way to gloat, they were designed to instill fear, turning the family's grief into absolute terror. The killer didn't simply take life. He aimed to dismantle the lives of those left behind. Melissa's case became emblematic of the calculated and taunting behavior that would later define the Long Island serial killer's profile. Megan Waterman disappeared the following year, in 2010. A 22-year-old mother from Scarborough, Maine, Megan was known for her outgoing personality and fierce love for her young daughter, who was just 3 at the time. Megan had recently traveled to Long Island with her boyfriend, who she described as controlling. She had been working as an escort to support herself and her child, often turning to Craigslist to find clients. Megan's last known movements were captured in surveillance footage from a Holiday Inn in Hauppauge, New York. The video showed her walking out of the hotel alone, wearing casual clothing, her hair loose around her shoulders. It was the last time she was seen alive. Family members reported her missing shortly afterward, but like Maureen and Melissa, the circumstances of her work seemed to affect the urgency of the response. She became another tragic name on a growing list, one that no one had yet connected. The last of the Gilgo Four, Amber Costello, vanished in September 2010. At 27, Amber was the eldest of the group, but carried an air of vulnerability that her family often worried about. Originally from North Carolina, she had moved to Long Island, where she lived in West Babylon with her roommates. Amber had struggled with addiction, but was deeply loved by those who knew her. She had begun working as an escort to support herself and relied heavily on Craigslist to find clients. On the night of September 2, 2010, Amber told her roommate Dave Schaller that she was meeting a client who had offered her a much higher payment than usual, $1,500, significantly above her going rate. The man had specifically mentioned meeting her alone, which in hindsight raised questions about his intentions. Schaller later described the client as looking like an ogre and recalled that he drove a Chevrolet Avalanche, a detail that would eventually prove crucial to the case. Amber left that night and never returned, her bubbly demeanor now only a memory to those she left behind. For all four women, the use of burner phones became a recurring, eerie thread. The killer had contacted each of them through disposable phones, keeping his tracks covered and erasing any direct way to connect their last known interactions to him. Craigslist, which many escorts used due to its wide reach, provided a perfect cloak of anonymity. Officials later learned that the burner phones used to contact the women had often pinged cell towers near Massapequa Park, Long Island. The killer's knowledge of these tools, burner phones, digital platforms, secluded locations hinted at someone who took deliberate steps to stay one step ahead of investigators. The similarities between the victims were impossible to ignore. Their ages and builds, all petite women in their 20s, were likely not coincidences. They came from different backgrounds but shared a vulnerability rooted in their circumstances. Being escorts, they existed in a profession often stigmatized and treated with suspicion. Even as their cases mounted, the lack of urgency in investigating their disappearances reflected the broader societal biases against sex workers. It allowed their killer to continue undetected, perfecting his methods over time. What stood out most was how methodical the killer seemed to be. He wasn't impulsive or sloppy. The burlap used to wrap the victims' bodies, for instance, suggested preparation, a willingness to plan the details of each crime in advance. It also pointed to someone who knew how to blend into his surroundings, acting unseen in an area frequented by locals and visitors. The precise location of the bodies, tightly clustered along a quiet stretch of Gilgo Beach, spoke to repetition and routine. Whoever it was knew that stretch of land intimately, enough to use it as a dumping ground for years without drawing attention. The discovery of the Gilgo Four's remains forced investigators to rethink everything. This wasn't a single crime of opportunity or a volatile act. This was deliberate, calculated. Someone had carefully selected these women, targeted their vulnerabilities, and carried out his crimes with chilling precision. The burlap sacks, the burner phones, the taunting calls, all of it pointed to a killer confident in his ability to evade capture. But as the families of the victims mourned, investigators hit a wall. Despite the pattern emerging, there was little physical evidence to connect anyone to the crimes. The killer's trail was cold, concealed by years of anonymity and forethought. Even as the community grew more fearful, law enforcement struggled to make progress. Leads dried up, and unanswered questions lingered. Was the killer still out there? And if so, when would he strike again? For now, all detectives could do was piece together the fragments, hoping something new would surface to break the deadlock. Following the discovery of the Gilgo Four in December 2010, the investigation faced immediate challenges that set the stage for nearly a decade of frustrating stagnation. Law enforcement now had evidence of at least one serial killer operating in the area, but connecting these cases was far more difficult than it seemed. Each of the four women had gone missing on separate dates, and the years of separation between their disappearances created an obstacle for finding a cohesive thread. Additionally, the women had been reported missing from different states, including Connecticut, New York, and Maine, so their cases were investigated in separate jurisdictions. The Suffolk County Police Department suddenly found itself tasked with untangling years of fragmented, incomplete information, all while facing scrutiny about why it had taken so long to determine a pattern. One of the major issues early on was a lack of hard evidence. The remains of the Gilgo Four were skeletal when discovered, leaving few forensic leads to analyze. Without soft tissue, determination of time of death, manner of death, or even environmental clues was difficult. Even the burlap used to wrap the bodies, while distinctive, yielded no usable DNA or material evidence. Leads dried up quickly. Burner phones used to contact the women added a layer of anonymity for the killer, and their movements before disappearing left no surveillance footage or witness accounts to pinpoint their final moments. Investigators combed through records, but the tools available in 2010 could not discern much from scattered digital signals. The gaps left holes big enough to stall the case indefinitely. In the months after the discovery, Suffolk County Police expanded their search around Gilgo Beach and along Ocean Parkway, uncovering additional bodies. These remains included victims who did not fit the same profile as the Gilgo Four: a toddler, an unidentified man, and women whose connections to the original cases were not clear. The public started to grapple with the idea that Long Island had become a dumping ground, but even as the body count rose, no solid clues emerged. The possibility of multiple killers, either working simultaneously or over time, complicated the focus of the investigation. This uncertainty made it challenging to determine whether similar victims should even be attributed to one person. Adding to these difficulties was Suffolk County's internal turmoil. In 2011, James Burke became the new chief of police, and his leadership would prove to be a pivotal, albeit controversial, factor in the investigation's future or lack thereof. Burke quickly came under scrutiny for withholding information, sidelining experienced officers, and failing to cooperate with federal agencies like the FBI. Key evidence that could have benefited from broader expertise remained within Suffolk County's jurisdiction, effectively cut off from the additional resources it needed. To make matters worse, Burke himself became embroiled in legal scandals, including allegations of abuse of power and obstruction of justice. His tenure created a culture of mistrust within the department, derailing any sense of cohesion among investigative teams. By the time he resigned in 2015, years of missteps and distractions had left the case colder than ever. The lack of technological advancements at the time also hindered progress. In 2010, cell phone data analysis was still in its early stages compared to today's capabilities. The records available from the burner phones used to lure the victims lacked the precision to pinpoint the killer's location or identity. This gap created a timeline where investigators could only piece together fragments of movement. Cell towers pinged in areas like Massapequa Park, but they revealed no specifics. Similarly, advances in DNA analysis were not fully available during the initial years of the investigation. Hair strands, fibers, and other materials found among the victims remained unanalyzed until later, when improved technology finally gave them renewed relevance. In the meantime, though, these potential breakthroughs sat in evidence lockers, collecting dust. As the years dragged on, public frustration swelled. Families of the victims felt abandoned, often expressing anger at how law enforcement had treated their loved ones from the start. For Mari Gilbert, Shannon Gilbert's mother, the lack of action from authorities felt like a reflection of how society viewed women like Shannon and the rest of the Gilgo Four. Their work as escorts seemed to diminish the urgency of their cases in the eyes of the police, a reality that Mari confronted openly and repeatedly. If this was someone else's daughter, she argued in interviews, they would have done something sooner. Advocacy groups and media outlets began picking up on this sentiment, pointing out the systemic neglect of sex workers and other marginalized individuals in missing persons cases. The disparities in investigative priorities were glaring, further eroding trust between the community and law enforcement. In the absence of tangible progress, rumors and speculation filled the void. The idea that a serial killer was still active grew into an ominous undercurrent of fear. By 2015, 5 years after the first bodies were uncovered, there was no confirmed suspect, no arrest, and no discernible progress. Residents of Long Island began to wonder if the killer was someone they knew, a neighbor, a co-worker, perhaps even someone in a position of authority. The lack of resolution cast a shadow over the quiet coastal community. Every unsolved disappearance or tragic death of a woman along the eastern seaboard fueled theories that the Long Island serial killer could be responsible. Competing priorities within law enforcement also contributed to the case's stagnation. Suffolk County officers were often juggling multiple investigations, from organized crime to drug-related offenses, and the resources dedicated to the Gilgo Beach case were sometimes stretched thin. In some years, staffing levels for cold case units were insufficient to handle such a sprawling and complex investigation. Without progress, the case began slipping further down the list of priorities. This dynamic left families feeling as though their loved ones' stories were being forgotten, lost in the shuffle of bureaucratic delays and shifting leadership. So, as the investigation stalled, the narrative became one of missed opportunities and fading hope. The prospect of the killer striking again lingered in the minds of victims' families and the public alike. And while officials occasionally released vague updates about reviewing evidence or reopening leads, these efforts never seemed to materialize into anything concrete. Interviews with officials often came across as speculative rather than informative, further leaving the community in the dark. By the mid-2010s, the investigation into the Long Island serial killer felt frozen in time, trapped between outdated evidence and systemic flaws. Even with new technology rolling out, it seemed Suffolk County was slow to apply it to the case. This paralysis only deepened the fears that the killer might still be active, perhaps adapting to evade detection in an age when digital footprints were harder to erase. The haunting possibility of a predator still lurking heightened the emotional weight of the case, turning it into a spectre that loomed over Long Island. For the families, though, this was not about fear or speculation, it was about justice. Yet justice seemed farther away than ever. Despite the overwhelming sense of hopelessness, something shifted in the late 2010s. New leadership, fresh perspectives, and advancements in forensic technology began to breathe life back into the Gilgo Beach case. After a decade of silence, the Suffolk County Police Department announced renewed efforts to review evidence with a focus on modern methodologies. Items once deemed insignificant, including burner phone data, fibers, and hairs, were revisited with the latest tools, offering promise where none had existed before. By 2020, whispers of progress began to emerge, hinting that the years of waiting might not have been in vain. The question hanging in the air remained: could time and innovation unlock the secrets of a case that had confounded investigators for so long? Though the past decade provided few answers, it was becoming clear that the story of the Long Island serial killer was not over. For the first time in years, hope flickered on the horizon. After years of frustration and dead ends, the formation of a new task force in February 2022 marked a critical turning point in the Long Island serial killer investigation. This renewed effort was spearheaded by Suffolk County Police Commissioner Rodney Harrison and Suffolk County District Attorney Ray Tierney. Their goal was clear: to apply modern technology, fresh perspectives, and focused resources to a case that had grown stagnant since the discovery of the Gilgo 4 more than a decade earlier. The task force wasted no time. One of their first steps was a meticulous review of old case files, many of which had been scattered or underutilized during earlier investigative efforts. Over the years, leads had been overlooked and connections remained unexamined, but with technological advances that weren't available when the investigation began, the team now had tools to analyze evidence in ways that had been impossible in the past. This detailed approach brought long-forgotten details back into focus, details that would soon prove essential to identifying a suspect. A pivotal clue came from Amber Costello's case, specifically the account provided by her roommate, Dave Schaller. Back in 2010, Schaller had described the man Amber went to meet on the night she disappeared, recalling his intimidating stature and a face he said was like an ogre. Schaller also remembered something most wouldn't. The man had driven a first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche. While this detail had been noted in the investigation's early stages, it didn't lead anywhere at the time. Now, the task force saw potential in this detail, narrowing their search for anyone who fit the description and owned that particular vehicle model. At the same time, investigators turned their attention to phone records, an area where technology had vastly improved since the early years of the case. The use of burner phones to contact victims like Melissa Barthélemy had been a hallmark of the killer's tactics, keeping his activities hidden behind layers of anonymity. However, when the task force analyzed those phone records again, patterns began to emerge. They noticed a concentration of activity linked to a specific geographic area: Massapequa Park, Long Island. This small zone, nicknamed the Box, became a focal point for investigators, narrowing their search for suspects and resources. The combination of these two key details, the Chevrolet Avalanche and the geographic phone data, soon pointed the task force to a name that had never before come up in connection to the case: Rex Heuermann. A local architect, Heuermann lived and worked in Massapequa Park, right in the center of the area flagged by the burner phone activities. His profile raised immediate interest. Here was a man whose unassuming life and professional success allowed him to operate unnoticed while living close to the area where the victims' remains were found. The more investigators dug into his background, the more the pieces began to fit. With this new lead, the task force initiated surveillance on Heuermann to observe his behavior and gather further evidence. One key moment came when investigators spotted him entering a cell phone store. Hoyman made a payment on one of his burner phones, a critical mistake that gave investigators additional proof of his connection to the devices used to lure the Gilgo 4. This simple act of paying for the phone confirmed a direct link between him and the tools that tied him to the crimes. As investigators closed in on Hoyman, they also revisited evidence collected from the crime scenes. One significant breakthrough involved previously recovered hair. Early forensic examinations had been unable to extract usable DNA from the hair strands found near Megan Waterman's remains. However, with advancements in mitochondrial DNA analysis, these hairs could now be re-examined. The results linked the male hair found at the scene to Hoyman, further anchoring suspicions surrounding his involvement. What made the case even more damning was the connection between Hoyman's personal movements and the burner phone activity. Each time a victim was contacted, the burner phone pinged off cell towers in Massapequa Park. Investigators matched this activity to Hoyman's work and residence locations. It was a pattern not easily explained away by coincidence. As this trail unfolded, more connections emerged, links between his technology use, his geographic footprint, and his potential access to a first-generation Chevrolet Avalanche. These revelations created a ripple effect for the families of the victims.